Chapter 12:16. Swoosh. The blunt weapon missed its target and landed heavily on the ground, causing the soil to crumble. The attacker was a black-faced man with a ferocious expression. He was not holding a sword in his hand, but a rotting and rusty iron rod. It was not an exaggeration to call it a blunt weapon. His speed was too slow, at least in Lin Muyu's eyes, it was ridiculously slow. Clang! The Xianyuan sword swept across and cut the iron rod in half. Lin Muyu took the opportunity to advance and kicked the man's abdomen with her battle boots. The black-faced man groaned and fell to the ground, spitting blood. Before he could even raise his head, the sharp blade of the Xianyuan sword was already at his neck. Lin Muyu said indifferently, "Speak. Why did you attack me without saying a word?" The black-faced man looked at her angrily but did not speak. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down a few times as he stammered something incomprehensible. "What do you mean?" Lin Muyu was surprised. However, the black-faced man grabbed the blade of the Xianyuan sword. Blood seeped out of his palms, and he pressed his throat against the blade. With a poochie sound, the sword had already pierced through his throat, and he lay there twitching. Lin Muyu was perplexed. She flicked the blood off the blade of her sword. The man had not said a word, and it was obvious that he wanted to speak, but he did not. Could he be mute? Without thinking too much, Lin Muyu squatted down and searched the black-faced man's body. Apart from an iron rod and ragged clothes, he had nothing on him. His body was thin and it was obvious that he had been malnourished for a long time. Lin Muyu could see that the man's stomach was empty. He had been starving for a long time. How could this be? He was very surprised. According to his master, wasn't the Eternal Sword Domain a place where experts gathered? The man in front of him seemed to be at most a hierarch, but he had almost starved to death. He would have starved to death if he had not sent him off. Forget it, Lin Muyu sheathed the Xianyuan sword and continued walking forward. Her goal was not to kill people in the Eternal Sword Domain, but to find the strongest power in the Eternal Sword Domain. The two sides of the mountain range were uneven, and the Eternal Sword Domain was filled with a deathly aura. There was barely any greenery. Along the way, Lin Muyu would occasionally see a few trees with leaves that had been gnawed clean. Perhaps it was an animal that had eaten the leaves, or perhaps it was a human or a god. Although gods could go without food for a long time, it did not mean that they could go without food for thousands of years. Generally speaking, a god's physical strength would be affected if they did not eat for half a year. Rustle, stepping on the fallen leaves, Lin Muyu was thinking about the secrets of the Eternal Sword Domain. Suddenly, a few auras rippled in the distance. They were filled with murderous intent. Looking into the distance, the hills on both sides of the valley were silent. However, Lin Muyu knew that there were a few people lying in ambush in the dead shrubs. Moreover, their target was her. These people's cultivation levels were not low. Lin Muyu could not see through one of them. The Eternal Sword Domain was indeed an ominous place. Whoosh! Before she could get within 100 meters, an arrow was suddenly shot at her at an incredible speed. Lin Muyu's speed was even faster, a blood-colored holy martial power appeared on both of his arms, and he swept his fist horizontally to knock the arrow away. At the same time, a few other arrows also flew over. The strength of the arrows was very strong, to the point that Lin Muyu's fist was slightly numb. These people's arm strength and archery skills were all above Wei Chao's. Hong! Lin Muyu turned into a bolt of lightning and flew to the top of the mountain. Looking down, she saw a few people dressed in black put down their bows and pulled out their swords. They looked at her with hostility. Their swords glowed with a cold light. Clearly, they were much better equipped than the previous person. All of them were gritting their teeth. "Who are you people?" Lin Muyu asked. "The people who will kill you," one of them said with a sinister voice. His sword turned into a ray of light and flew over. In an instant, the 7 people in the bushes attacked at the same time. They came from different angles, but their intentions were the same. Lin Muyu used the falling star steps. Her figure suddenly flipped in the air. Sword Chi slashed at two people and she kicked one of them. At the same time, a cold wind attacked her from behind. She quickly turned around and blocked it with her sword. Pang! Golden light shot out in all directions. The shock numbed her arms, and she retreated a little. The attacker was the one with the strongest aura. He forced Lin Muyu back a few steps. He was not in good shape either. Blood even flowed from the corner of his mouth. Kill him. Don't let him go. Several people shouted. Lin Muyu was also determined to kill. Her Xianyuan sword turned into a bolt of lightning and swept across two of her opponents. At the same time, she punched out with her iron fist and pierced through the fifth person's abdomen. She kicked the sixth person and sent him crashing into the field, screaming incessantly. In just a moment, 5 of the 7 were killed, 1 was severely injured, and the other was injured. Who are you? Among the 7 people, the voice of the strongest person was trembling. Lin Muyu raised her eyebrows and said, "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is who you are." He had almost given up resisting. Lin Muyu was ruthless. If he resisted, he would probably die. After a few seconds, he said, "My name is Zhang Wei. I am a member of the Hunter League." Hunter League? Yes. Lin Muyu walked forward and took the long sword from Zhang Wei's hand. She asked calmly, "What is the Hunter League? Can you tell me?" The Hunter League is just an alliance, but it is very powerful. It covers almost the entire Eternal Sword domain. Who are you? Zhang Wei's eyes flashed with fear and panic. Don't worry. If you don't want to kill me, I won't kill you. Lin Muyu's eyes were calm. She said, "Now, tell me. What is the Eternal Sword domain? Who are the people? What are the forces? Tell me in as much detail as you can." Zhang Wei frowned. You don't even know these things. Are you from another world? Zhang Wei's face was full of shock. Impossible. Impossible. The door to the Eternal Sword domain has been closed for thousands of years. It's impossible for someone from another world to come here. Lin Muyu said coldly, "You haven't answered a single one of my questions." Oh, this. Zhang Wei sorted out his thoughts and said, "I don't know where to start. The Eternal Sword domain has existed for tens of thousands of years. It is a world where gods, demons, and humans coexist. The resources here are extremely scarce, and there are less than 4 hours of sunlight every day. As a result, most of the plants have died. The gods who were exiled to the Eternal Sword domain fought and killed each other. In the end, most of them hid themselves. A few of the strongest ones built cities and raised the humans. They continued to grow plants that required less sunlight for food." Wait a minute. Lin Muyu said, "I heard Master say that the gods who were exiled to the Eternal Sword domain are all gods. Where did the humans come from?" Zhang Wei smiled. Gods and their descendants are considered humans without any cultivation. They are all mortals. The sinful gods who were left behind in the Eternal Sword domain don't care about the lives of their descendants. After they give birth to them, they abandon them like a pair of worn-out shoes. That's how the humans came to be. What about you? How did you come to this world? Zhang Wei frowned and said, "I was one of the last gods to be exiled to the Eternal Sword domain. In my hometown, I had a woman I loved. Later on, her father did not agree to our marriage. Instead, he betrothed her to another person with great power. She agreed, so I slaughtered her entire clan in a fit of rage. That's why I was exiled." Oh, right. Her father was the divine king there. Lin Muyu grinned. You really do all sorts of evil. Zhang Wei said, "I've been exiled for so many years. I've always regretted what I've done. However, there's no turning back. I can only struggle on in the Eternal Sword domain. Alright, let's talk about the Hunters' Alliance. What's the deal with this alliance? Zhang Wei pointed at a blood-red emblem on his shoulder and said, "Do you see this? Food is extremely scarce in the Eternal Sword domain. That's why everyone kills each other and treats their enemies as food. The Hunters' Alliance is a hunting alliance. We don't attack each other. On the contrary, we work together like a pack of wolves to attack powerful targets and hunt them down." It's just that, Zhang Wei looked at the pile of corpses around him and smiled bitterly. It's just that we failed this time. We've waited here for a day and a night for you. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Lin Muyu said, "In that case, I met a person who was holding a blunt weapon. Even when he chose to commit suicide, he didn't manage to say a complete sentence. What's going on? In that case, he must be a loner." Zhang Wei said calmly, "People who live alone in the wilderness of the Eternal Sword domain. These people eat anything. Animal corpses, grass roots in the soil, insects in the river. Loners are also one of our hunting targets. Moreover, they're used to living alone. It's possible that they haven't spoken for 10,000 years. If you live alone and don't speak for 10,000 years, you'll also lose the ability to speak." Lin Muyu, Zhang Wei frowned and looked straight at him. "I've told you everything I know. Can you tell me who you are now? You should be someone from another world. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to kill 5 hunters so easily. Even the lords of those cities might not have the ability to do so. Who are you?" "That's right. I am indeed someone from another world. I'm a god. I've come to the Eternal Sword domain with only one goal, and that is to search for the power of the Sword domain." "Do you know about the Sword domain?" "The power of the Sword domain," Zhang Wei frowned and said, "I'm not afraid that you'll be disappointed. I've been in the Eternal Sword domain for thousands of years, but I've never heard of it." Lin Muyu didn't say anything. Instead, she reached out and removed the hunter's emblem from Zhang Wei's arm. She crushed it and said, "From now on, you'll follow me. I need a guide here. Perhaps I can take you out of the Eternal Sword domain in the future. You can take me out." "Who are you?" Lin Muyu turned around and smiled brilliantly. "My name is Lin Muyu. I'm a righteous god of the 6 realms outside the Eternal Sword domain. I'm a titled martial god, and I wield the strongest sacred martial heavenly Tao. Do you have any more questions?" Zhang Wei. Chapter 12-17. Wait, there's still one alive. Just as Lin Muyu was about to leave, Zhang Wei turned around and stepped into the bushes. With a swing of his long sword, he beheaded the heavily injured hunter, and the head rolled far away. Then, Zhang Wei searched his body and found a small bag. He took it off, then took the other hunter's bag and said, "Lord War God, we can go now." "What's that?" Lin Muyu asked in surprise. "Food bags." Zhang Wei said, "Every hunter who goes out to hunt will bring at least 3 days' worth of rations. These bags are enough for us to survive in the wilderness for half a month." Lin Muyu was a little speechless. "I don't need it. I don't lack food." He patted the cosmos sack at his waist and said, "I brought enough food for a year. You can keep it for yourself." "Yes, Lord War God." Zhang Wei was a little shocked. Then, he looked at the sky and said, "It's going to be dusk soon. Lord War God, let's find a cave to hide in first." "Hide? Hide from what?" "Those demons hiding in the darkness." The guard said in a low voice, "You might not know this, but I've said it before. There are gods, demons, and humans in the Eternal Sword domain. Whenever night falls, humans hide in their houses and caves, trembling in fear. Even gods don't dare to appear outside. Those demons will be accompanied by gales of wind and sand, devouring everything that can be eaten." Lin Muyu frowned. "What are those demons?" "They came with the wind and can hide in the yellow sand. Even I can't fight against 2 demons working together. Besides, once they appear, they will be in groups. We don't have much time left. We must hide within an hour, or we will become 2 sets of bones tomorrow." That's scary. Alright, let's find a place to hide. Alright. As a squad leader of the Hunters Union, Zhang Wei was very familiar with the terrain, so he quickly found a very hidden cave. He cut off a huge rock with his sword and used it to cover the entrance of the cave. After that, he lived in the cave, roasting his food and eating it. Lin Muyu watched from the side, only to find that Zhang Wei broke a piece of bread into 2 pieces, only roasted 1 piece, and put the other half into the food bag, looking quite thrifty. It seemed that the gods of the Eternal Sword domain really did have it tough. Lin Muyu fumbled around and found some deer leg meat in her Qianquan bag. She gave it to him and said, "Roast this. It tastes better and there's oil." Ah! Meat. Zhang Wei was stunned. What? I haven't eaten meat in a long time. Aren't you a member of the Hunters Union? Logically speaking, after you kill your prey, you should eat their flesh. No. Zhang Wei shook his head and said, "In the Eternal Sword domain, I can only be considered a newcomer. Moreover, I was exiled because I was filled with disappointment and hatred. I kill because those who betrayed me deserve to be killed, not because I'm really that evil. Although I've joined the Hunters Union, every time I go out, I only want dry rations. I don't want human flesh, so, the food I'm given is very little. Looks like you're not completely rotten." Lin Muyu glanced at him and said, "Roast it and eat it. This is venison, not human flesh." "Many thanks, milord." Just as Zhang Wei was roasting the venison and smelling the fragrant aroma, a gale began to blow outside. Lin Muyu couldn't help but stand up and walk to the entrance of the cave. She squinted her eyes and looked outside, only to see that the sky had turned dark. A biting cold storm swept past, bringing with it yellow sand. It was as if the end of the world had come. No wonder the trees outside did not grow tall. The wind was so strong that it could even roll stones, and the trees had long since been uprooted. Hiss, hiss, in the darkness, figures appeared one after another. They were monsters walking on 4 feet. Their eyes were dark, and there were 2 jaws in front of their heads that were like knives. They were probably used to hunt and kill prey. Moreover, each of these monsters let out a chilling hiss. They walked in the wind as if they were walking on flat ground, searching for prey. Zhang Wei pulled out a small knife and began to cut the venison. As he ate, he said, "Lord War God, what do you see?" "Some big bugs running around on the ground." "Oh, those are the legendary crypt demons. They can hide in the yellow sand and the wind, killing people without leaving a trace. Many gods have died in their hands and become their food. I advise you not to try to fight the crypt demons. Once surrounded by the crypt demons, even a god will find it hard to escape death." "Yes, I know." Lin Muyu could sense how powerful these crypt demons were. Naturally, she would not try to fight them easily. Moreover, each of these crypt demons had the battle prowess of 100 Mara. If this was the army that the Devil Realm had sent out, it would be a disaster for the 6 realms. After watching for a while, Lin Muyu walked back and sat down. She said, "Zhang Wei, have you heard of a story about the Sword Realm?" "I have." Zhang Wei wiped his mouth and said, "The City of Dawn." "The City of Dawn?" "Yes, Lord. I heard that 100,000 years ago, there was no City of Dawn. The 10 strongest experts of the Eternal Sword domain fought there. In the end, 9 of them died, and only 1 survived. His name was Meng Taifeng. He built the City of Dawn single-handedly. It is said that, the strongest power in the Eternal Sword domain is in Meng Taifeng's hands. Perhaps, the power of the Sword Realm that Lord War God is looking for is in the City of Dawn. Alright, where is the City of Dawn? Take me there." This, Zhang Wei hesitated, then said, "Hunters do not have the right to enter the City of Dawn. The gods in the City of Dawn have already pledged their loyalty to the City Lord, Meng Taifeng. Even if we go to the City of Dawn, we will not be able to enter. Moreover, you have killed 6 hunters. The Hunters' Alliance will soon follow us. What we need to consider is not how to get to the City of Dawn, but how to survive. Is the Hunters Alliance that powerful? Yes, there are millions of members in the Hunters Alliance. They have eyes and ears everywhere in the Eternal Sword domain. Moreover, the Hunters Alliance has a rule of iron and blood. They will definitely find us. Lord, do you know what the conditions to join the Hunters Alliance are? What? 2 people must form a partnership and apply to join the alliance. After that, they must fight and kill each other. The one who survives will be able to join the alliance. Lin Muyu frowned. Who came up with such a perverted rule? The leader of the alliance, Luo Xingji. Sounds like an expert. Yes. If the City of Dawn's Meng Taifeng is the king of the Eternal Sword domain, then Luo Xingji is the other king who can rival Meng Taifeng. No matter what, I must go to the City of Dawn tomorrow. Alright. Zhang Wei felt a little helpless. Lord, if you are not afraid of death, I will accompany you. Alright. Suddenly, a creaking sound came from the entrance of the cave. It seemed like the stone blocking the entrance was beginning to loosen. What's going on? Lin Muyu asked. Zhang Wei hurriedly extinguished the flames. This is bad. The smell of roasted meat might have attracted the crypt demon. I was too careless. Don't make a sound, don't make a sound. Lin Muyu had already unsheathed the Xianyuan sword. The sword glowed faintly in the darkness. The creaking sound became even more intense. It seemed like something was cutting the stone. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the stone exploded. A giant beast hidden in the yellow sand pounced towards them. It was the crypt demon that Zhang Wei had mentioned. Roar! Its mouth was wide open, and its jaws were also open. It was ready to bite its prey at any time. But this time, its prey was clearly not simple. The power of the Saint Martial appeared around Lin Muyu's arms. Her sword flashed like lightning, and the crypt demon immediately retreated. Its head split open in the middle, and green blood splattered everywhere. My God! Zhang Wei turned pale with fright. On one hand, he was shocked by Lin Muyu's strength. She had killed a crypt demon with a single strike. This was too shocking. On the other hand, it had alarmed the crypt demons. More crypt demons would soon arrive. As expected, the roars in the distance became louder and more frequent. In the darkness, pairs of eyes with a gloomy luster stared at the 2 people in the cave. Is this cave connected to the other end? Lin Muyu asked. Zhang Wei shook his head. No, it's over, it's over. We're going to die here tonight. Why are you so unambitious? Lin Muyu said, we can't just sit here and wait for death. Let's fight our way out. I'll lead the way, and you'll cover the rear. Don't worry, my Saint Martial power will greatly increase your strength. Tell me where we can take refuge. Nearby, there's only a small city nearby that can take refuge. Aleut City is to the north, about 20 kilometers from here. That far. Forget it, where's the north? Straight ahead. Go! Lin Muyu shouted. The power of the Saint Martial power turned into a ray of light and seeped into Zhang Wei's body, greatly stimulating his potential. For a moment, Zhang Wei was pleasantly surprised. This. What kind of power is this? Lord Martial God, I feel. I'm almost invincible. No, you're still far from being invincible. Go. Yes. The Xianyuan sword shone brightly, and Lin Muyu raised her sword and unleashed a furious sky-splitting slash. 100-meter-long sword chi slashed out, clearing a path in front of them. The crypt demons actually revealed expressions of fear, and they stopped moving forward as they watched their companions being killed. Zhang Wei was stunned for a moment. He had lived in the Eternal Sword domain for thousands of years, but he had never seen the crypt fiends show such fear. But this fear only lasted for less than half a minute. Under the roar of a certain evil beast, the group of crypt fiends chased after them. This was their normal behavior. Lin Muyu rushed in front, waving her sword. Sword chi shot out like cannonballs, while reincarnation power floated in her left hand, constantly killing the crypt fiends blocking the way. For a moment, the two of them continued to move forward, and the corpses of the crypt fiends behind them had already piled up. Chapter 12:18. Lin Muyu and Zhang Wei could only advance along the ground with great difficulty. Along the way, there were corpses of crypt fiends and crypt fiends everywhere. These crypt fiends were unlucky. In the past, they only encountered some ordinary experts, and 2 or 3 crypt fiends could kill one. But today, they encountered Lin Muyu, the god of death. The sharp jaws of the crypt fiends couldn't stop the divine weapon in his hand at all. They were cut off with a single slash, unable to resist at all. But there were too many crypt fiends, and Zhang Wei soon began to be unable to stop them. Whoosh! The blade spun through the air and helped Zhang Wei clear the crypt fiends that were surrounding him. The Xianyuan sword spun back as if it had a mind of its own and returned to Lin Muyu's hand. Zhang Wei exclaimed in admiration, "Lord Martial God's swordsmanship is truly unprecedented." Lin Muyu frowned, "Hurry up and keep up, don't get eaten." Yes. The two ran all the way, and soon, a small city appeared in front of them. It was really small, even like a small village. However, the walls were quite high, at least 10 meters, enough to stop the crypt fiends from jumping. Hiss! Hiss! When Lin Muyu and Zhang Wei arrived at the city, the crypt fiends behind them quickly gathered into a group and let out sharp roars. The dense crowd was very frightening. "Open the door," Zhang Wei said loudly. "Did the people on the city hear you? Open the door and let us in." Unexpectedly, a head popped out from the stone wall and shone a lantern outside. "Who are you? Do you not want to live anymore in the middle of the night?" and actually ran outside. Zhang Wei said, "We are from the Hunters' Alliance. Please let us in. We will repay you generously for saving our lives." The man coughed and said, "Aliot is only a small city, it can't stop the fiends' attack. You should leave, there is a big city about 100 miles east." With that said, the watchtower above closed with a bang. Obviously, the people in the city didn't want to let them in at all. But Lin Muyu heard noises coming from inside the city. It seemed that someone was arguing, and the topic of the argument was whether to let the two people outside the city in. "Lord Martial God, what should we do?" Zhang Wei's face was pale as he turned to face the countless fiends. The sword in Lin Muyu's hand glowed faintly as she said, "You hide behind me. Since they won't let us in, we'll use the city walls as cover and fight the demons with our backs to the city walls. This is much safer than being surrounded." "This." "Yes, my lord." The crypt demons rushed over in groups, while Lin Muyu swung her sword to fight. Sword chi raged out, covering the ground with sword marks. At the same time, Lin Muyu circulated her divine power and activated the astral arts with her sacred martial power. Starlight erupted outside the city, and even the ground began to tremble. Inside the city, on the watchtower, a group of people were frowning. The person who had been talking at the watchtower just now had an ashen face. He was a man around 40 years old, wearing half a suit of armor, and his expression was solemn. Right in front of him were a few young people. One of them was a girl with a ponytail. She said unhappily, "Uncle Wang, are we just going to watch two people outside the city die in the mouths of demons? What else can we do? They only have themselves to blame for traveling at night. But their strength is unfathomable. They were able to survive the siege of the crypt demons. Wouldn't it be a pity if such talents died because of exhaustion? We are just a group of exiles. We do not have the right to enter a spectacle like the City of Dawn. We can only stay behind in a small city like Aliut. What we can do is very limited. The number one rule of survival in the Eternal Sword domain is not to do things that are beyond our capabilities. Moreover, the two people outside are from the Hunters League. The Hunters League is cruel and ruthless, so it's best that we don't provoke them. It would be best if they died at the hands of the demons." Uncle Wang smiled faintly, his gaze gentle. "But The girl was still a little nervous. The two young men behind her immediately advised, "Forget it, Leah. Don't go against Uncle Wang's wishes. He's doing this for our own good. What we should do is guard the city and prevent the fiends from attacking." All right, the city fell silent, but the rumbling sounds of battle outside the city lasted for a long time until the next day. Although there was no sunlight, the crypt demons still retreated while wagging their tails. These demons were afraid of light and were not willing to fight a god during the day, let alone a god that seemed impossible to defeat. On the watchtower, Uncle Wang, Leah, and the others were stunned. When they opened the city gate, they saw the densely packed corpses of the crypt demons outside. When the city gates slowly opened, the residents in the city cheered. How is this possible? Leah was dumbfounded. Uncle Wang frowned. At that moment, two figures flew into the air. Lin Muyu and Chang Wei appeared on the watchtower. Chang Wei raised his sword and slashed at Uncle Wang, shouting, "You be ****starred. You're leaving us in the lurch." Chang Wei's sword was so fast that Uncle Wang could not dodge it in time. On the other hand, Leah was extremely fast. The rusty iron sword in her hand blocked Chang Wei's attack with a clang, but she was also sent flying back. She slid several meters along the wooden plank and landed on the ground. Her entire body charged at Chang Wei like a beam of light. What a fast speed! Lin Muyu exclaimed in admiration. Chang Wei's training was not focused on speed, but strength. After being attacked twice in a row, he was starting to feel tired. The girl's long sword was full of dents and it looked like it was about to break. Once the long sword broke, she would not be able to escape death. Lin Muyu had seen Chang Wei's killing methods before. Enough, Lin Muyu said. Chang Wei hurriedly put away his long sword and quickly retreated. However, the young girl did not let him off. Her figure moved up and down rapidly as she slashed at the guard's head with her sword. I said that's enough. Lin Muyu suddenly moved her arm horizontally. The Xianyuan sword was unsheathed by an inch, and just this inch happened to block the girl's iron sword. Suddenly, there was a clang. The iron sword broke, but the Xianyuan sword was naturally unscathed. Ah! Leah took a few steps back, her beautiful and slightly wild face full of horror. She looked at Lin Muyu and said, "You. How did you do it?" Lin Muyu said, "We're just here to ask for an explanation. Why did you leave us in the lurch last night?" Uncle Wang was silent. The group of able-bodied men behind him were just as silent. The two people in front of them were able to fight the demons for an entire night without dying. This meant that their strength had already reached a very terrifying level. Perhaps it wouldn't take much effort for them to slaughter the entire city of Aleut. Finally, Uncle Wang said, "The Eternal Sword domain is full of variables and dangers. We don't dare to easily take in outsiders, and we don't dare to open the city gates without permission. Otherwise, once the demons enter the city, wouldn't the two of you be the cause of disaster for all the residents of the city?" Chang Wei grinned and scolded, "Old thing, it's easy for you to say. If it weren't for the fact that the two of us fought the demons, I'm afraid the two of us would have already been torn apart by the cave demons." That girl was holding a broken sword, but there was a hint of hostility on her face. She said, "Are you here for revenge? Then come at me." Lin Muyu smiled faintly. "No, I'm not here for revenge. I'm just borrowing your place to sleep for a day. I exhausted myself last night, so I don't have the strength to continue on the road." Uncle Wang was relieved. "If it's just for a night, then there's no problem." Lin Muyu nodded. "Thank you." Outside the city, countless residents of Aleut had already gone out, holding kitchen knives, hatchets, and other things in their hands. They ran towards the corpses of the cave demons, all of them dancing in joy. "What are they doing?" Lin Muyu held a bowl of soup in one hand as she looked outside the city. There were only a few wild vegetables in the bowl, but it was still hot soup. After a tiring night, drinking a bowl of hot soup could be considered a form of enjoyment. Uncle Wang said, "Aren't you from the Eternal Sword domain?" I just arrived, Lin Muyu said. Uncle Wang was relieved. So that's how it is. Look, although these crypt demons are covered in hard armor and their bodies are filled with corrosive poison, the muscles on their backs are very developed. Those muscles are very good ingredients. One crypt demon has about 50 kilograms of meat. We have to cut off this meat as soon as possible. Otherwise, the surrounding cities will definitely come to snatch the crypt demon corpses. That meat looks so disgusting. Can you eat it? Lin Muyu was stunned. What's there to eat? When people are hungry, they don't care that much. Lin Muyu looked at him again and said, "What's your name? What are you doing here?" "Me?" Uncle Wang smiled slightly. "My name is Wang Fen. I'm a martial arts master who was exiled. Later, I wandered to Aleut and stayed here. The wanderers of Aleut asked me to stay and teach their children martial arts. These youngsters with extraordinary cultivation were organized into teams to defend the city, so the number of people in Aleut increased day by day." Lin Muyu smiled faintly. Her gaze swept over Ria behind her. "This girl's cultivation isn't bad." Wang Fen chuckled. "Ria is a rare martial arts genius. Moreover, she is naturally agile. She has already obtained divine power in just 10 years of martial arts cultivation. Nowadays, there is no one in this small city who can compare to Ria in terms of strength. Even as her teacher, I can only concede defeat." Ria blinked her eyes and said, "Big brother, although Uncle Wang said that, I know I can't beat you." Lin Muyu said, "Your potential can continue to be developed. Whether you can beat me in the future is still a variable." The guard at the side was slightly taken aback. "Your Excellency, don't tell me you've taken a fancy to her." Ria was also taken aback. Lin Muyu played it down. "What I'm interested in is Ria's ability. After a little improvement, her speed should be above mine. If she just stays in Aleut, it would be a pity for this plane." Wang Fen was shocked. "Your Excellency, are you thinking of taking Ria away?" "Yes, there is a wider world outside. However, I respect her choice. If she is willing to leave Aleut with me to train in the outside world, I will take her with me. If she is not willing, then forget it." Wang Fen looked at Ria, his eyes full of reluctance. Ria also looked at everyone and murmured, "I. What should I choose?" "Follow your heart, Ria. Are you willing to follow him out to train? Once you go, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for you to return," Wang Fen said. Ria pursed her red lips and said, "I don't want to leave everyone, I don't want to leave Aleut, but I really want to pursue greater strength, I want to make myself stronger." "Then go, we can't be an obstacle to you becoming stronger." Wang Fen waved his hand lightly, his face full of confusion. The child he had nurtured for so many years was going to be taken away just like that, but what could he do? Anyone could see that Lin Muyu's cultivation exceeded Wang Fen's by more than a star and a half. Once she followed Lin Muyu, Ria would become stronger, but if she followed Wang Fen, she might waste her life's aptitude and combat talent. Chapter 12:19. Late at night, the outside of the city was full of noise. The crypt demons seemed to have surrounded Arliet, but the city was too sturdy, so the demons could not break through and could only wander around anxiously. A bonfire was lit on the stone floor of the observation deck, and everyone gathered around it. Lin Muyu took out a large beef leg from her cosmic bag, and Chang Wei roasted it for everyone to eat. Ria hugged her knees and sat quietly beside Lin Muyu. "Master, what's wrong, Ria?" "I'm leaving Arliet tomorrow. This is the first time I've left Arliet since I was born." The people in the village said that when Ria was born, her mother died from excessive blood loss. Ria is a person born with a curse. Aren't you afraid that Ria will harm you? No. Lin Muyu smiled faintly. Even if you're the bane of all time, you won't be able to kill me. My life is tough. Chang Wei, what do you think? Are you afraid that Ria will bring bad luck? As Chang Wei oiled the beef, he said, "I don't know if my life is tough, but it's definitely tough. Rhea was speechless. Lin Muyu ignored him and continued. Rhea, do you have any unfulfilled wishes in Arliet? If you do, go and fulfill them. We don't know when we'll be back again. Master, Rhea's sword was made for me by Uncle Wang. I've used it for many years, but this morning, that. Lin Muyu smiled and rummaged through her cosmic bag for a while. Soon, an exquisite thin sword appeared in her hand. It was a very delicate sword, but its sharpness was obvious. This sword was found in the 64 domains. It was a subdivine artifact. This sword, do you like it? Ah, Rhea's beautiful eyes became hazy, and her mouth opened wide. Is this a legendary divine artifact? A subdivine artifact, but not far from being a divine artifact. This sword's name is Star Trace. You must cherish it in the future. Star Trace will become your most loyal companion. Yes, thank you, Master. Leah was overjoyed. She held the star trail in her hands and couldn't bear to part with it. The guard looked at him from the side and said, Darren, you are biased. Of course I'm biased. Rhea is my student, and you're just a passerby. The guard, in any case, we have gone through thick and thin together. That sword of yours is also a sacred artifact. Don't talk about it. Just wait until it breaks. I don't have that many of them here. Don't be too greedy. The next day, the three of them left Aleut. The captain was still carrying his own bag of food, and Rhea did not have much to carry. She and Lin Muyu left the city empty-handed, heading towards Dawnlight City. The daytime in the Eternal Sword domain is very short, less than 10 hours. Hence, we have to find a place to rest within these 10 hours. Otherwise, we'll once again become the hunting targets of the nighttime demons. The guard said as he walked in the wilderness, I feel pairs of eyes staring at me. It must be the crypt demons eyeing us again. Let them watch us. It's fine, Lin Muyu said casually. Rhea seemed to be in a good mood. She walked beside Lin Muyu with her hands behind her back and said with a smile, Master, you haven't told me what you're going to teach me yet. Lin Muyu smiled. Your speed can be increased a little more. Also, Rhea, have you noticed that although your attacks are fast, they aren't sharp enough? What you should be practicing is to truly form an effective attack. If each of your attacks were fast, accurate, and ruthless, I'm afraid you could have killed the guard yesterday. The guard grinned. I really owe the two of you in my previous life. Rhea chuckled. Then what should I do? I have a martial arts manual here. You just need to follow and practice it. Lin Muyu took out a wind-walking technique manual from her Cosmos sack and handed it to her. This wind-walking technique was one of the 11 second-class martial arts manuals in the Holy Temple of Lanyan City. It was also the only martial arts manual known for its speed of cultivation. Rhea took the martial arts manual with a face full of joy. Thank you, Master. The wind-walking technique is used to cultivate speed and attack methods. It will allow each of your attacks to be as fast as lightning. Furthermore, Rhea, your strength is too weak. You can't become a first-class powerhouse with only speed but no strength. I will teach you another astral technique in the future. I hope you will practice it well and not be lazy. Thank you, Master. Rhea understands. Zhang Wei rubbed his nose. He wanted to die, but he couldn't leave. Right now, Lin Muyu was like an umbrella protecting him. Once he left Lin Muyu, there was a high chance that Zhang Wei would be hunted down by the Hunters League. That was no laughing matter. In the blink of an eye, more than 8 hours had passed. Rhea was indeed a martial arts prodigy. In just 8 hours, she had already comprehended the wind-walking technique and had gained some experience. Lin Muyu wasn't in a hurry. She first let her learn the wind-walking technique. When she had some small success in the wind-walking technique, she would teach her the astral technique to increase strength. The astral technique was domineering and vigorous. Complemented by great speed, it would have amazing power. As they were walking, a gurgling sound suddenly came from underground. What's that sound? It comes from underground. Rhea bit her red lips and said, I've heard this sound once before. That time, 17 of Ariat's people were killed by the demons. What does this sound have to do with the demons? Lin Muyu was stunned. It's the queen insect that gives birth to the crypt demons. Zhang Wei frowned and said, Madam, let's go and find a cave to hide in. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be trouble tonight. The crypt demon's queen insect, I want to see it. Lin Muyu said lightly, 2 nights ago, it put us in such a difficult situation. It's impolite not to reciprocate. I want to see. As he spoke, he felt the queen insect's aura. He raised his hand and used the elephant's invisible art to move a boulder in front of him. Suddenly, a cave snaked into the depths of the ground. Lin Muyu even felt another aura. It was a very vigorous and vast power. You guys stay outside and wait for me. Yes, master. You have to be careful. Don't worry. Lin Muyu unsheathed her sword and flew into the cave. Suddenly, everything turned dark. Accompanied by hissing sounds, the crypt demons guarding the cave rushed over, but they were all killed with a single slash. After Lin Muyu killed over 100 crypt demons, a bright light appeared in front of her. Sure enough, there was a huge insect lying there with a very high belly. This was her spawning period. In professional terms, this huge insect was the queen insect, and also one of the queens of this race. But the key point was that Lin Muyu felt a powerful force in the queen insect's body, a force that did not belong to the demons. A primordial stone, it must be a primordial stone. Hiss, the queen insect felt an enemy enter its nest and began to move its body to resist, but Lin Muyu was too fast. With a single slash, she sent the queen insect's head flying. She then opened her hand and the power of the Saint Martial surged as she shouted, Come out! The queen insect's abdomen exploded, and a bright primordial stone floated in the air. Radiant primordial stone. Lin Muyu never thought that there would be such a pure radiant primordial stone in a place like this. After refining the primordial stone, she put it in her hand and quickly left the cave filled with a fishy smell. When Lin Muyu flew out, Zhang Wei was stunned when he saw the radiant primordial stone. My god, that is a god's gem. What god's gem? Lin Muyu was also stunned. Lord War God, the gem in your hand is a god's gem. I have seen it once in the Alliance leader's hand. The god's gem is very precious, and it is a treasure that all lords fight for. This thing is called Radiant Primordial Stone in the 6 realms. Lin Muyu put the primordial stone into her cosmos sack and said, This is something that I urgently need. Is there another place that has it? Rhea shook her head, at a loss. Zhang Wei said, Every insect queen needs a powerful source of power to hatch a powerful crypt fiend. According to this inference, every insect queen isn't a coincidence. We all have God's gem, but no one has ever obtained one from an insect queen before. Why? Zhang Wei had a helpless expression. Not everyone in the Eternal Sword region is as brave as you, Lord, daring to barge into a demon's nest alone, Lin Muyu said angrily, All right, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go. We need to hurry and find a place to stay. I have just destroyed a demon's nest, and they might be looking for us to take revenge tonight. Yes. Zhang Wei was also very worried. 5 kilometers away, they found a valley and a secret cave in the valley. The 3 of them withdrew their auras and spent the night in the cave. This time, they did not dare to roast meat, afraid that the smell would attract the crypt demons. So, the 3 of them only ate some dry rations. In the middle of the night, a strong wind blew outside again, and the hissing of the crypt demons could be heard in the distance. They had formed groups and were searching for the whereabouts of the enemy. Leah was like a nimble bat on a rock at the entrance of the cave. After observing for a while, she floated over and sat beside Lin Muyu. Master, there are so many crypt demons, at least tens of thousands. The whole valley is full of them. They are pulling rocks and digging the ground to find us. I wonder if they will find us here. No, The crypt demons don't know how to climb trees or rock walls, and the cave we're in is on a rock wall. They won't be able to find us. Lin Muyu smiled confidently. She was still holding the Xianyuan sword and resting with her eyes closed. Leah smiled sweetly. All right, master. Uncle Zhang Wei, you go and guard the cave. Master and I will sleep for a while. Zhang Wei was unhappy. Why do I have to do something like keeping watch? Master, you are too tired from protecting us during the day, and I have to cultivate, so I am even more tired. You are the only one with nothing to do. If you don't do it, who will? Zhang Wei grinned. Little girl, you have a sharp tongue. I am not as hard as you. Chapter 12:20. Amidst the vast universe, beams of light flew into the domain formed by the heavenly sound scroll, creating ripples. As if falling into a pool of water, a few new names appeared one after another. How many is this? Fan Yang asked. Mei Yu said, the third one, the third pillar deity within 2 days. Looks like the heavenly melody scroll is no longer stingy with the quota of pillar deities, sending 3 avatars in a row. I wonder what kind of experts they are. Wan Xing squinted his eyes and smiled. Han Zi, from the upper primordial realm, titled Sea God, in charge of the heavenly Tao of the ocean, a 3rd grade higher god. Tu Lei, from a plane under the jurisdiction of the western heaven realm, titled Summer God, a 1st grade middle god. Zhuoye, a newborn goddess from the wildlands of the north, titled God of Life, a 3rd grade higher god. Not long after, the 3 of them should be summoned by the heavenly sound scroll to ascend to the heaven realm and head to their respective god realms to participate in the god wars. Fan Yang smiled. It's a good thing that the heavenly sound scroll is no longer stingy. Miyue said thoughtfully, I wonder how little junior brother is doing in the eternal sword domain. I can't sense his aura at all. Fan Yang comforted, junior sister Miyue, don't worry too much. Little junior brother is talented and will definitely turn misfortune into fortune. Besides, with your cultivation, you naturally can't see the eternal sword domain. That's a place that only master's cultivation can compare to. Is that so? Miyue turned to look at the mountain of gold, where Fuxi stood majestically, silently looking at the vast universe. At this time, Fuxi had already entered a meditative state, so it was not convenient for Miyue to disturb him. She could only sigh and continue guarding the lonely land of gold. The western heaven realm was in charge of countless planes, and one of them was at the western border. It was a very small planet, about the same size as Earth. This plane was called Lost Chi, which meant, tranquil and beautiful. It was probably because it was too far away that this plane was not affected by the demon realm. Mara's army did not even reach here. It was a summer night, and the sky was covered with layers of clouds. It seemed like a storm was coming, which made the people on the ground feel even hotter. The small village was peaceful, and the people were holding a bonfire party to celebrate the summer god. The summer god, the god of passion and harvest, was the most revered god in the whole continent. More importantly, after the opening of the Mahayana heavenly Tao, a young man named Tully from Lasai obtained supreme power and the title of the summer god. Beside the bonfire, a group of people sat quietly at the edge of the laughter and cheers, savoring the food in their hands. It was a type of potato food, sweet and delicious. The firelight shone on the face of a young man. His face was still filled with respect. He said to the man in a cloak beside him, the heavenly sound scroll has been summoned. I plan to ascend to the heaven realm tomorrow. What do you think? The man in the cloak said lightly, this is your choice, why ask me? But, you are the ruler of the western heaven realm. Tully, you can only choose this kind of thing. The western heaven realm has long fallen, you, really want to go? The heavenly sound scroll's decree is the heavenly Tao. I obtained the Dharmakaya because of the heavenly sound scroll, so I must go. Lord Ruler, do you have anything else to say? No, take care of yourself. The demon realm is everywhere in the heaven realm. Your power is like a firefly in the night, and can be extinguished by the storm at any time. I'm not afraid, I can definitely do it. I hope so. At this moment, the faint sound of thunder came from the clouds in the sky. One could even see the traces of bright dragon crystals. It was a sign that someone had penetrated through the layers of space walls. What's wrong? Tully was shocked. Someone is coming. No, it should be said that a god is coming. Claude's face, which was hidden under the cloak, showed a hint of shock. Who would be able to find a plane like Lash? He said. I'll go meet this person. Be careful. Yes. With a shout, Tully had already turned into a blazing flame and soared into the sky. A fiery sharp blade appeared in his hand, and he slashed at the person in the clouds. Hong! A golden light shone through the clouds. It was a beautiful woman in a cloak, holding a bright divine sword in her hand. Who else could it be but Qin Yin? Qin Yin, who had just successfully traversed through the plane, saw a young man pouncing on her with a fierce attack. Without thinking, she waved the East Flower sword and split it apart. Bang! Waves of air surged in the sky. With one blow, Tully was blasted back. Obviously, his mid-god body could not be compared to Qin Yin's high-god body. Buzz buzz buzz, golden flames circled around the longsword. Qin Yin looked at the person in front of her indifferently. Your body contains the power of the Mahayana heavenly Tao. Who are you? Qin Yin, who was traversing, did not know about the new god. Why do you care who I am? What are you doing in Lost Chi? I'm looking for someone. Who? Claude. You're looking for the Lord Ruler. Tully gritted his teeth. I didn't expect there to be someone like you among the orthodox gods. Eat my blade. He suddenly raised his flaming longsword, and it was as if he had gathered all the heat in the summer. A suffocating power rushed towards Qin Yin. This god of summer's power was indeed not bad. At least, it was enough to make Qin Yin feel threatened. Unfortunately, the ability of Qin Yin's Dharmakaya was the power of order, and the power of the summer god was obviously one of the powers of order. With a casual glance from Qin Yin, the power of Tully's attack was instantly weakened by half. Qin Yin easily blocked Tully's long sword with a celestial dragon crystal. She raised her palm, and a terrifying power whistled out. Boom! Tully's body seemed to be on fire. He fell from the sky and fell straight into the forest at the edge of the village. But he was only injured, not dead. He turned over and stood up. With a fierce look in his eyes, he said, I'm not afraid of you. Come on, kill me if you dare, you murderer from another world. Sure enough, he was still too young. Qin Yin didn't want to pay any attention to this summer god. She had already sensed Claude's whereabouts. She floated over and landed on the edge of the bonfire. The people who were dancing knelt on the ground, trembling. They had never seen a god before, and this kind of person who could fly in the air was a legendary god. Moreover, Qin Yin's power was extremely vast. It went without saying who she was. Protect the master. A group of crippled gods who originally belonged to the Western god realm pulled out their weapons and stood in front of Claude. Claude smiled bitterly. Qin, so it's you, master, long time no see. Qin Yin stepped forward and gently pushed her palm outwards. Suddenly, people in front of her were swept away like leaves in a strong wind. When she came straight in front of Claude, she said, Master, I came to Lost Chi on the order of the Seraph Shi Yen to ask you for something that originally belonged to the divine realm. Oh. Claude said lightly, so Shi Yen is not dead yet, big sister Shi Yen is not the only one who didn't die. Hua Hua, Li Fei, Terralyn and the others are also alive. Right now, we're working so hard to support the Western God realm, but we need even more resources. We don't have such precious resources, so we can only seek them from you, ruler. What is it that makes a graceful goddess like you come to such a remote and barren land? Light raw stones. Why ask when you know the answer? Light raw stones? Claude smirked and said, those radiant primordial stones belong to me in the first place. Why should I give them to you? Just because you are the righteous gods of the Mahayana heavenly Tao. No. Qin shook her head and said, the light raw stones do not belong to you. They belong to the Western Heaven Realm. Since you have given up on the Western Heaven Realm, then the light raw stones are only temporarily stolen by you. Return them to me. The Western Heaven Realm needs these light raw stones to fight against the Demon Realm. I will not make things difficult for you because you were once the master. Unfortunately, you are too late. Why? When we left the Western Divine Realm, we were already chased by the Demon Realm. We lost most of the light raw stones along the way. Now, there are only a dozen or so light raw stones left in my hands. Qin had already extended her spiritual sense. In a short period of time, she had investigated all the high-energy auras on this planet. Sure enough, it was as Claude said. There were only 12 light raw stones on this continent, and they were all in Claude's bag. In that case, please return these 12 light raw stones to me. Thank you, Master. Qin opened her hands. Claude sighed. He could only take out the stones from the bag and hand them over to Qin. Master Dominator. The group of useless gods glared at her. No one had expected Qin to ask for the stones so directly. These stones were priceless treasures in the eyes of those who practiced the law of light. At this moment, a flame attacked from behind. It was Summer Deity Tully. Have you had enough of this nonsense, Summer Deity? There was a hint of anger in Qin eyes. She suddenly waved her palm behind her. With the celestial dragon crystal and the power of order, there was a loud bang. Summer Deity Tully was sent flying with his sword. He smashed through 7 or 8 trees like a cannonball before stopping. For a moment, the forest was filled with the sound of trees falling and Tully's muffled groans. Claude and the rest of the useless gods were dumbfounded. They were both Mahayana heavenly Tao, but Summer Deity Tully was so vulnerable in front of a graceful goddess like Qin. Sheen! Claude suddenly shouted. His voice was a little hoarse. What's the matter, Master Dominator? You! Can you really take back the Western Divine Realm? In his heart, Claude still yearned to go back. Qin smiled slightly. I don't know. We are not confident, but we will try our best to fight against the Demon Realm. This is the mission of the Mahayana Heavenly Tao. Master Dominator, no matter what you have instilled in Summer Deity, you should ask him to go to the Divine Realm as soon as possible. The Divine Realm needs his power. As Summer Deity, there is no reason for him to hide in this corner of the world. I know, Claude didn't say a word. Chapter 12:21. After Qin left, Tully returned to Claude's side and said respectfully, Lord Juggernaut, who is this powerful woman? Why? Tully. Claude said, she is the goddess of grace, Qin, also known as Sheen. She is Shi Yan's younger sister and was once one of the battle angels of the Western Divine Realm. From what Sheen said, Shi Yan and Eva have already begun to rebuild the Western Divine Realm. You are a god under the jurisdiction of the Western Divine Realm. Go, do your best for the Mahayana Heavenly Tao and the world. This is something you must do as the Summer Goddess. You are still young and have a long way to go. Work hard and you may be able to reach Sheen's level. Lord Juggernaut, Can I really do it? Rest for a night and ascend tomorrow morning. I believe that Shi Yan and Eva are waiting for you, the Summer Goddess. Yes, I understand. After Tully left, an old man in a black robe appeared behind Claude and said, Juggernaut, are you really going to hand over the Western Divine Realm to the 2 traitors, Shi Yan and Eva? What else can I do? Claude let out a bitter laugh. The era that belonged to me has already passed. I will accept my fate. Furthermore, I also hope that the Western God Realm can rise and prosper once more. Elder Kate, do you still remember when I was young? I once swore to become a great seraph and bring glory to the Western Divine Realm. After so many years, it seems that these vows have long been forgotten. It was only when I lost my power and everything that I remembered my promise. I don't want to get myself involved in that endless abyss again. Elder Kate smiled faintly and said, maybe you're right. Everyone has their own ambitions. Fine, let's see what Shi Yan and Eva can do. Don't worry. Since Sheen is already in the Western Divine Realm helping Shi Yan find the luminous primordial stone, it means that Tang Xiaoxi, who is almost inseparable from Sheen, is also in the Western Divine Realm. Perhaps the legendary martial god Lin Muyu is also working for the Western Divine Realm. Shi Yan will do it. She will do everything that I want to do but am unable to do, Elder Kate. A shooting star streaked across the sky and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Humans were like this, and so were gods. The only thing that never changed was the universe. The only difference between humans and gods was the length of their lifespans. However, in the vast river of time, their lifespans were as short as a firefly's beam or a small boat's leaf. In the shattered cauldron realm, the spirits of all living things were gradually recovering. In the forest, an old man sat quietly on a flat rock. Around him were the sounds of deer chirping and wild apples eating. Wisps of spiritual light lingered around him. The old man's hair and beard had long turned white, but his face was still very ruddy. The dragon bone staff in his hand was glowing faintly. Swoosh! A golden light fell from the sky and landed on him. He didn't even need to think to know what had happened. At that moment, he had an insight into the laws and the true meaning of the heavenly Tao. Around him, the barren grassland began to recover. The grass and leaves grew at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the area within a radius of a few miles had become a lush forest. It was very different from the early spring scenery in other regions. This was the power of recovery, and it was also the power that Chu Chu was about to obtain. Clang! There was a muffled sound of thunder in the sky. The heavenly melody scroll slowly unfolded, and Chu Chu's name was clearly written on it. Goddess Nuwas Dharmakaya appeared in the sky and said in an extremely calm voice, Chu Chu, you have distanced yourself from disputes and have compassion for all living things. You have obtained the approval of the heavenly melody scroll of the Mahayana heavenly Tao. Today, I will bestow upon you the Dharmakaya of a first-tier middle god. You will be titled as the God of Recovery and will be bestowed with the power of recovery. I hope that you will inherit the heavenly Tao and protect the Mahayana heavenly Tao for all living things in the world. Swoosh! A huge golden figure seeped into Chu Chu's body. That was his Dharmakaya. In the blink of an eye, Chu Chu seemed to have become much younger. His hair had turned white, and his face was rosier. He said joyfully, Thank you, Goddess, for bestowing this Dharmakaya. Chu Chu will do his best to subdue demons and devils for all living things. Goddess Nuwa's figure slowly faded away. Chu Chu stood up and looked at the animals gathering around him. He smiled and said, All of you, go and start your new life. It's time for me to leave. The heaven realm needs the strength of this old bag of bones. The deer, rabbits, and other animals seemed to understand Chu Chu's words and dispersed one after another. Chu Chu took a deep breath and soared into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Tianji City. Amidst the pavilions, a handsome man looked up at the sky and said, Another one who has ascended to become a god. It's Chu Chu. Even Chu Chu has ascended. We, the younger generation, are still idling around here waiting to die. Prince Xian, what are you saying? Lin Sun smiled and said, Chu Chu's name has long spread across the world. It's only a matter of time before he gets his Dharmakaya. Moreover, we're not idling around here waiting to die. Feng Jixing smiled and said, Zhang Wei, how's the military situation at the eastern battlefield? Zhang Wei cupped his fists and said, There's not much resistance at all. After Qin Yu's henchmen were wiped out, basically all the provincial governors of the Celestial Empire surrendered at the mere sight of us. They don't dare to resist the cavalry of our imperial guards at all. That's within expectations. Feng Jixing's lips curled up and he said, We must pacify the entire realm within a month. Do you understand? Yes, we don't need a month. Half a month will do. At the side, Guan Xing cupped his fists and said, Prince Xian, I have something to say. Mr., please speak. After discussion, the Congress decided to establish 2 great congresses 2 days ago. After the vote, Guo Huaili will be appointed as the chief of the Lanyan City Imperial Congress, ruling over the entire Shattered Cauldron realm. Meanwhile, the deputy chief, Jiang Qi, will rush to the Celestial Pole continent as soon as possible to take up the position of the chief steward of the Celestial Pole Continent's Congress, taking charge of all the political affairs in the Celestial Pole continent. Feng Jixing furrowed his brows and sat down on the railing, remaining silent. Zhang Wei said, "This so-called Congress is just creating trouble." Before Her Highnessing left, she clearly said that all the important military and political affairs in the Celestial Pole continent will be managed by Prince Xian alone. Why is this Jiang Qi creating trouble again? Feng Jixing nodded and said, "The 4th clause of the Empire's constitution states that all the political affairs shall be managed by the Congress. It's within expectations that they'll send Jiang Qi to take charge of the political affairs. It seems that it's just as you said. Guo Huaili, that old fox, is already taking charge of all the political affairs in the world." Lin Sun's gaze was filled with killing intent. "Why don't I send someone to the Shattered Cauldron realm to kill Guo Huaili?" "No." Feng Jixing waved his hand and said, "Now that the world is stable, the commoners need a stable life. Guo Huaili has long been recognized by the commoners as the most capable subject in the world. If we were to get rid of Guo Huaili now, it'd mean that we'd become enemies with all the people in the world and become the criminal warlords that you spoke of. Let's just bear with it. It's fine as long as Guo Huaili doesn't go overboard. As for that Jiang Qi, if he wants to take charge of the political affairs in the Celestial Pole continent, then let him do so. I'm happy to see Xiao Yao." "But," Zhang Wei said, "are we just going to let these vile people defecate and piss on our heads?" Feng Jixing smiled. "If he really dares to defecate, then I'll help him support him. Zhang Wei, you old brat, remember this. Don't mess things up. It's easy to kill Guo Huaili, but once you kill one, a second Guo Huaili will soon appear. From the previous emperor until now, Jin Yifan, Tang Lan, Su Muyun, Zhuang Yan, and so on have appeared one after another. Which one of them isn't a person that no one dares to approach for a while? But now, where are they? There'll always be someone controlling the political affairs, and we can't kill them all. What we can do now is to respect him a little, and he has to respect us a little." "I understand." "Oh right, is there any news from Lanyan City? Are Chu Yao, Wei Chou, and the others all right? They've arrived at Lanyan City safely." Guan Xing smiled. "Don't worry about that. Great Deacon Chu Yao is the person in charge of the spiritual medicine department, and she's protected by the Dragon League experts. Lord Wei Chou is the commander of the Longdan army camp, known as the commander with the strongest military force. Guo Huaili wouldn't dare to touch the Longdan army camp even if he had 10,000 guts." "Yes, that's right." Feng Jixing nodded. Times had changed. Back then, Zhuang Yan dared to act like a tyrant because he had 700,000 soldiers and had internal and external troubles. But now it was different. The world was stable, and the Longdan army camp was the strongest army in the world. 200,000 soldiers guarded Lanyan City all year round, serving as the Imperial Guards and Imperial Guards. It could be said that Wei Chou controlled the military affairs of the entire Shattered Tripod realm single-handedly, and he also had the support of famous generals such as Ding Shi and Tang Zhen. Guo Huaili could at most be in charge of political affairs, but he definitely couldn't be in charge of military affairs. Lin Sun suddenly coughed and said, "General Feng, have you agreed to Miss Si Kongyao's matchmaking for you?" What did you say?" Feng Jixing was dumbfounded. Lin Sun said, "That, it's the Empire's Shang League's Shang Qian. Miss Si Kongyao said that as long as you give the word, she'll go and lobby for you. Shang Qian is also single now. She's pretty and rich. If I were you, I'd marry her." "Marry your granny?" Feng Jixing said, "I can do whatever I want to do happily and freely by myself. Why do I have to marry a wife and have her manage me? You guys are still too young." Moreover, Shang Qian isn't my type. Then, what type does your highness like? Someone with a good disposition, a pretty face, big breasts, a good figure, a good temper, understanding, not clingy, and not mischievous. What do you guys have to introduce? Zhang Wei grinned. Drunken Cloud Brothel's little Yanxiang, all right. Feng Jixing clapped his hands and smiled. Settle all the military affairs before dinner and then go. Yes, your highness is wise. Guan Xing was speechless. He said in a low voice, how are they going to ascend to the Mahayana heavenly way if they're like this? Another night had fallen in the eternal sword domain. This time around, they did not stay in the mountains. After all, it was too dangerous. Lin Muyu, Liya, and Zhang Wei stayed in a tavern. This kind of tavern was protected by thick stone walls. It was like an ancient castle that could withstand the invasion of demons. It was a place that travelers often stayed in. However, the fees were very high. A single person did not need to pay for a night, but they had to pay 15 jin of food. In the eternal sword domain, food was money, and it was even more useful than gold coins. Lin Muyu paid the price of 2 bare legs to stay in the tavern. It was already a blessing from the heavens to be able to spend the night in peace. Chapter 12:22. The tavern was called Shun Feng Tavern. In the eternal sword domain, there were countless taverns like this. There was an endless stream of travelers, and the tavern always made a killing. Lin Muyu, Liya, and Zhang Wei sat at a table by the fireplace. They used the flames in the fireplace to bake some flatbread, and then ate the vegetable soup and roasted meat sold by the tavern. There were about 20 tables scattered in the tavern's main hall, but there were not many customers. Only 5 or 6 tables were occupied. Most of them were people eating with their heads lowered, preparing to head upstairs to rest. Ta! Zhang Wei gently placed the bowl of soup on the table and said in a low voice, "Milord, it seems that we have been targeted. The people at the table in the corner are hunters. I think I've seen one of them before. He has noticed me too. Don't act rashly." Lin Muyu said, "Ignore them. Unless they are prepared to make a move, we will leave tomorrow at daybreak. Don't cause too much trouble." At this time, 5 or 6 martial artists at another table were already drunk. One of them said, "I heard that this afternoon, the people at the Qichen mine dug up a demon's lair. When they opened the entrance, the workers were scared out of their wits. They abandoned the mine and ran away. The mine owner was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He spent so much money to dig up a demon's lair. What bad luck. He can only blame himself for running into a demon. He was lucky enough to keep his life." That's right, that's right. Lin Muyu frowned and said in a low voice, "The Qichen mine. Zhang Wei, do you know where this mine is?" "It's not far. It's about 5 kilometers away." "Why, does Milord want to go there?" I need radiant primordial stones. I won't let go of any of them." Ria couldn't help but laugh. Others can't wait to hide when encountering a crypt demon. "Who would come looking for it yourself, master?" Zhang Wei rubbed his nose. "To be honest, the crypt fiends can't hurt Milord. The disparity in strength is too great. However, the mine owner should have sent someone to guard it. Moreover, the news has already spread. There are definitely many people from all over who want to excavate the crypt fiend's lair. After all, a god's gem isn't an ordinary item. It's priceless. A god's gem is worth around 30,000 gold taels. Even if you open 10 mines, you might not be able to earn that much. Are you saying that there will be people going to the demon's lair like us every day at dawn?" "Yes. If I'm not mistaken, this group of people's target is also the demon lair." Zhang Wei pointed to a few tables not far away and said, "Good men and women are already asleep at home. Who would come to such a barren mountain? Those who dare to come here must not be afraid of death. Just wait and see, tomorrow will definitely be lively." Ria blinked. "Master, are we still going?" Sure, why not? All right. In order to save money, the three of them stayed in a room. There was only a small vent in the room, and the wind howled. The only bed was given to Ria. Lin Muyu sat on the windowsill and cultivated the whole night. Zhang Wei leaned against the door and slept the whole night. In fact, everyone was already used to this kind of life. One night with or without a bed. The next morning, they woke up early and drank the rough wild vegetable soup cooked by the innkeeper. It made them feel nauseous. After leaving the tavern, they headed straight for the mine. It didn't take long for them to travel 10 miles. When they arrived, it was already sunrise. Once the sun rose, the demons wouldn't easily leave their lair. They hated sunlight, just like how people feared the dark. As expected, when Lin Muyu and the others arrived at the mine, the wooden fence around the perimeter had already been torn down. The ground was full of messy hoof prints. It was already hot. There was only one pit and one entrance, but now it was surrounded by dozens of people. A few of them were from the tavern last night, and a few others seemed to be from the Hunters' Union. Zhang Wei couldn't help but chuckle. The leader of the Hunters' Union, Luo Xingji, had already ordered the members of the Hunters' Union not to participate in commercial cooperation, and it was obvious that these hunters had been hired. Who are you? Stop! Two warriors came over with swords in their hands and shouted from afar, "This mine is under our control. Unauthorized people, leave immediately." Ria laughed. I remember that this area doesn't belong to anyone. Why do we have to leave when you control it? Besides, why are you so overbearing? Because we are from the Tiger Plain. Can we? One of them looked very arrogant. The Tiger Plain? Lin Muyu frowned. She had no idea what that was. Zhang Wei explained in a low voice, the Tiger Plain is a force in the Eternal Sword region. They have always been robbing people for a living. They recruit disciples everywhere, and their power is getting bigger and bigger. They even dare to challenge the City of Dawn and the Hunters' Union. But in fact, the Tiger Plain force is just a clown. Everyone knows that. What did you say? Someone from the Tiger Plain shouted angrily. I think you are tired of living. Wait a minute. This person was about to attack. Behind him, a person wearing the hunter's badge walked over. He held a broadsword in his hand and smiled calmly. Zhang Wei, it's really you. Zhang Wei squinted his eyes. Long Yu, it's you. This person called Long Yu was not weaker than Zhang Wei. He did not move the broadsword in his hand, but his fighting spirit had already spread. However, he could not see through Lin Muyu's cultivation. His intuition told him that this person did not have any cultivation at all. The only person he had to be wary of was the pretty little girl. So, he did not take Lin Muyu seriously. He said in a low voice, Zhang Wei, didn't you lead your team out to hunt? Why are you suddenly here? And your team has not returned for many days. My team has been destroyed, Zhang Wei said calmly. Ah. Long Yu was a little surprised. That can't be. Your team is full of top-notch experts. Who could have destroyed your team? Although Long Yu looked surprised, the flash of ridicule in his eyes did not escape Lin Muyu's eyes. He was obviously taking pleasure in Long Yu's misfortune. Zhang Wei waved his hand angrily. Don't mention it. After my team was destroyed, I did not dare to return to the headquarters. I could only wander outside and make new companions. But you, Long Yu, you are an outstanding hunter in our alliance. Why did you come here to help people rob others? Moreover, your partner is the ferocious Tiger Plain that has repeatedly disrespected the Hunter Alliance. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food. Long Yu smiled faintly. You won't report the news of my cooperation with the ferocious Tiger Plain to the higher-ups, will you? No, it has nothing to do with me. Zhang Wei smiled slightly. But, we are here for the god's gem in the devil's lair. Since we are already here, it is not good for you to stop us outside, right? Sigh, Long Yu waved his hand. You are treating me like an outsider. It is not that I am stopping you, but everything is first come, first served, right? This devil's lair was discovered by us first, so we should be the first to search. Moreover, the crypt demons inside are not to be trifled with. The 4 experts of the ferocious tiger plane, heaven, earth, unity, and longevity, have already entered. There will be results soon. If you enter at this time, it is unreasonable. Please give me, Long Yu, a little face and wait here for a little longer. Zhang Wei was angry, but he was too embarrassed to force his way in. At this time, Lin Muyu smiled mysteriously. Lord Long Yu, if your people cannot subdue the demons in the lair, will it be our turn? Of course. Long Yu raised his eyebrows. But don't worry, young hero. The 4 experts of the ferocious tiger plane, heaven, and earth will definitely complete their mission. The 4 of them once fought a crypt demon and killed hundreds of them. They have long been famous in the eternal sword domain. Flattening a mere devil's lair will be as easy as stepping on mud. Very well, we shall wait and see. Lin Muyu led Ria to the entrance of the devil's lair. The rest of the ferocious tiger plane people and hunters watched them warily, but did not make a move. After all, Long Yu was the real leader. How many people went in? Zhang Wei asked. Long Yu replied, 21 hunters, the 4 experts of the ferocious tiger plane, and another 14 experts. That's a total of 39 experts. Put them down. With so many well-trained experts, flattening a mere devil's lair will be a piece of cake. Let's hope so. Lin Muyu smiled faintly. What, you don't think so? We will know soon enough. Lin Muyu pulled Ria back a few steps and signaled Zhang Wei to step back as well. It was not that he was looking down on the 4 experts' strength. The 4 experts of the ferocious tiger plane underground were at least at the level of a first-tier lower god, but the presence in the devil's lair made Lin Muyu feel that the 4 experts' days of power were over. That presence was awakening quickly, and it was growing rapidly. It was different from the crypt demon and the queen worm. It was a stronger existence. As expected, screams soon came from underground as if someone had died in battle. Then there was a faint beast-like roar. It was definitely not the voice of the crypt demon. Long Yu's face was a little confused, and he held his sword tighter. Ria was a little nervous and asked, Master, what's going on down there? Massacre, a massacre. Lin Muyu's eyes were cold as she said, Be careful, they will come out soon. The so-called 4 experts and the hunter are definitely not a match for the monster underground. Monster. Ria said, Is it a demon? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Lin Muyu smiled bitterly. After all, he had just arrived here. How could he know so much when he was in the eternal sword domain? At that moment, there was a sudden bang. A person was thrown out of the cave. Only half of his body was left, and the lower half had been bitten off. He was already dead. It was a terrifying scene. Long Yu's voice was trembling. Isn't this the longevity expert? It seems that he did not live long. Lin Muyu's eyes were calm. It's coming out. Be careful. Chapter 12:23. Roar. With a roar, a golden claw tore through the hole, and a man holding a broken spear was dragged out. His body was a bloody mess. From the look in Long Yu's eyes, this man was also one of the 4 masters of eternal life with heaven and earth. Those long golden claws were like the claws of a crab. The cave entrance was completely torn open, and a huge golden body appeared in front of everyone. It had the body of a cave demon, but it was much more tyrannical than a cave demon. Its entire body was enshrouded in seemingly invincible aura, and its back was covered in spikes. Its claws trampled on the ground, and it waved its long pincers to attack randomly. Inside the cave, another 2 people drenched in blood rushed out. One of them shouted, What are you waiting for? Let's go together and kill this god insect. God insect? Lin Muyu was stunned. Leah was also stunned. Her small mouth gaped. This is the first time I've seen a real god insect. What is a god insect? Lin Muyu asked. Chang Wei said, the god insect is a type of demon that specializes in combat. It's very rare. This is also the first time I've seen one. According to the ancient records, the god insect's outer shell is indestructible, the spikes on its back are poisonous, and it has the aura of magic armor to protect it. Ordinary masters are no match for it. Also, usually, only giant demon caves will have god insects guarding them. Underground, there are at least 3 mother insects. Doesn't that mean we're rich? Lin Muyu could not stop grinning. Chang Wei said, Madam, should we help? No. Lin Muyu shook her head. Unless they take the initiative to ask for our help, we mustn't interfere. Otherwise, they'll think that we're robbing their devil's lair. You saw how aggressive they were just now. Yes, let them fight. It's best if they all die. That's right. On the ground, Long Yu and more than 20 others joined the fray. Admittedly, Long Yu could be considered an expert, but unfortunately, the divine insect of war was too strong. Every strike of its pincers was incomparably swift and fierce, accompanied by invisible blades of wind. In the blink of an eye, another dozen or so people lost their lives to the fierce attacks of the divine insect of war, and the so-called 4 great experts of the same age as heaven and earth had all died. The god battle bugs even ate the heads of the heaven-class experts. Bang! Long Yu's saber was heavily struck by the golden pincers. The god war insect's ferocious head seemed to be filled with anger. Its countless legs moved quickly, and another pincer swept out. With a puff, Long Yu was sent flying. The sound of ribs breaking came from his armpit. He was already seriously injured. His protective astral energy couldn't withstand the god war insect's fierce attack. Master, the big bug is coming for us. Leah panicked. Don't worry. Lin Muyu gently opened her left palm. Blood-colored lightning surged, quickly strengthening Chang Wei and Leah with the power of the sacred martial. The Xianyuan sword in her right hand shone brightly. She said, Don't come. Watch me fight. Leah, watch carefully as I use speed to gain an advantage. Yes, Master. Long Yu, who was lying under a rock not far away, was dumbfounded. The seemingly unremarkable kid was attacking the terrifying god war insect like a god. Moreover, his aura didn't lose to the god war insect at all. In fact, he even crushed it. Clang! The Xianyuan sword hit the god war insect's pincers. As expected, it couldn't cut it. However, Lin Muyu's body spun rapidly in the air, and she used her speed to dodge the insect's second attack. Instead, the Xianyuan sword swept across the insect's abdomen, dragging sparks behind it. When the god war insect shook its back, Lin Muyu suddenly lowered her body and kicked out with her ankle, knocking down nearly 10 of the god war insect's legs on one side and causing it to lose its balance. The moment the god war insect fell, Lin Muyu raised her sword, and the blade seemed to bring out a mountain from the ground and hit the god war insect's vulnerable abdomen. Pang! This was a strike from the 5 mountains falling from the sky. After suffering such a heavy blow, the god war insect was injured, and dark red blood flowed from its abdomen. Lin Muyu wasn't in a hurry to kill it. She took several steps back to avoid the wounded god war insect's desperate struggle. After it swung its giant arm for the last time, Lin Muyu rushed to it like lightning. The blade glowed with the 7 elements' brilliance, and the surrounding space was slightly distorted. Then, a heavy strike of the 5 elements' 8 wastelands destruction fell. Kacha! The god war insect's entire giant arm was cut off, and it screamed in pain. Lin Muyu retreated again. The most taboo when dealing with such a giant was to kill it with a series of fierce attacks, because no one had the confidence to do so. A god war insect had cultivated for God knows how many years to reach its current level of cultivation, and the vigorous demon chi in its body wasn't inferior to the power of the Mahayana heavenly Tao. Underestimating the enemy would be equivalent to digging one's own grave. Just like that, Lin Muyu retreated again and again, but each attack added new injuries to the God War insect. After 7 or 8 attacks, the God War insect's legs were almost completely removed. Finally, under Lin Muyu's 6 elements heavenly tribulation, the God War insect's ugly head was directly blown up. Pang! Blood exploded everywhere, and the hunters and people of ferocious Tiger Plain who were struggling at death's door on the ground were all stunned. This seemingly inconspicuous young man actually killed a God War insect by himself. How terrifying was he? Even Long Yu couldn't help but tremble all over. He murmured to himself, who is this person, to be able to kill a God War insect by himself? This kind of strength is probably at the level of the leader and Meng Taifeng, right? My God, is the Eternal Sword domain going to have a new structure? Wait, milord. Zhang Wei said. You can't just throw away the God War insect's body. Can you let me handle it? I can trade it for a mountain of gold and silver. What? According to the ancient books, the flesh of a God War insect can prolong life, and its shell is actually a kind of godly metal. After refining, it can be forged into godly weapons or fine armor. Moreover, according to the ancient books, the God War insect's heart is a gemstone rich in elemental power. It's priceless. How do you know so much about it? Zhang Wei was a little embarrassed. In the past, I once aspired to be a scholar and conquer the entire Eternal Sword domain with my knowledge. Later, I discovered that it was useless, so I gave up on it and turned to martial arts. Milord, you might not know this, but a God War insect's primary form is a crypt demon. As it grows stronger, its heart begins to mutate and transform into a huge body of energy. That's how it becomes a God War insect. The probability of a crypt demon evolving into a God War insect is 1 in 100 million. We've hit a treasure this time. Alright. Lin Muyu glanced at the corpse of the God War insect and said, You and Rhea stay outside and deal with the God War insect. I'll go in and look for the primordial stones. Yes. After entering the demon's cave, it was just as Zhang Wei said. There were 7 nests in the demon's cave guarded by the God War insect, and there were also 7 broodmothers laying eggs. After clearing them all, Lin Muyu gained 7 more primordial stones. It felt like she'd found a treasure. When Lin Muyu came out of the demon's cave covered in broodmother's juices, Zhang Wei was laboriously cutting the God War insect's shell, but his blade clearly couldn't cut through it. Move. Lin Muyu said lightly. Oh, after Zhang Wei dodged, Lin Muyu raised her blade and slashed out with dozens of sword auras in the blink of an eye. The God War insect was dismembered, and its shell was already in pieces. Zhang Wei went to retrieve the shell ecstatically. At this time, the injured Long Yu also walked over, holding the wound under his armpit, and said, Milord, who are you? Lin Muyu smiled and said, There seems to be no need for us to know each other, right? And, don't tell me you're going back on your word. We agreed that whoever killed the God War insect would get the demon's cave, and all the spoils of war here today would be ours. Long Yu laughed bitterly. Of course this lowly one knows. We still have to thank Milord for killing the God War insect and saving our lives. We had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. This lowly one just wants to know, who are you, Milord, to be able to kill a legendary God War insect by yourself? Lin Muyu didn't want to make a name for herself in the Eternal Sword region. She shook her head and said, Who I am is not important. To the Eternal Sword region, I'm just a passerby. Take your people and leave before I want to kill you. Yes. Long Yu helped another heavily injured hunter up and staggered away step by step. Zhang Wei stood up and raised his eyebrows. Long Yu, wait. What? When you return to the main altar, don't mention me to anyone, and especially don't mention what you saw here today. Otherwise, not only will you bring trouble to us, but you will also bring disaster to yourself. I know. Don't worry. Long Yu walked away step by step, and this time, he didn't look back. Lin Muyu gave Zhang Wei a dimensional bag so that he could store the shell and the God War insect's heart gem. The gem was actually a crystallized spiritual power, but it had already solidified and was very difficult to refine. In fact, other than looking good for decoration, it had almost no value. It was an existence similar to a diamond. After packing his things, he continued in the direction of Dawn City. To Lin Muyu, the power of the Sword Realm might not necessarily be in Dawn City. To her, it was a chance to train in this world and find the opportunity to comprehend the power of the Sword Realm. Life was a purposeless cultivation. The road was under one's feet, and the wonder was in one's heart. What made Lin Muyu the most happy was that there were a total of 15 light primordial stones in her Qiankuan bag. Along the way, she destroyed every demon cave she came across. Not only could she help the people of the Eternal Sword Realm get rid of demons, but she could also collect the precious treasures that the Western Divine Realm needed. Once she left the Eternal Sword Realm, things like light primordial stones were not easy to find. Usually, a realm would only produce one after 100 million years. It was too rare. Eastern Heavenly Realm, Hall of Great Accomplishment. Ziyao sat on the Demon Emperor's throne and accepted the worship of the new gods. This time, the new gods were a little special. There were a total of 3. One was the sea god Han Zi, the other was the god of recovery Chu Chu, and the third was actually the demon god, Nu Shi. When Nu Shi walked into the hall with her body enshrouded in demonic qi, everyone was stunned and put their guards up. However, Ziyao smiled warmly. Don't be nervous, we're on the same side. Nu Shi is a friend of the martial god Lin Muyu, which means she's a member of our Eastern Heavenly Realm. The identity of a righteous god and a demon god will not change the friendship between us. Nu Shi bowed and murmured, "Thank you, Fairy Ziyao." Chu Chu did not pay his respects. He said, "Fairy Ziyao, if there's anything you need me, Chu Chu, to do, please let me know. I've been waiting for your arrival for a long time." Ziyao stood up and said, "Many of the spirit mountains in the god realm have withered and are just waiting for you, the god of recovery, to awaken them. Let's begin immediately. The recovery of spiritual power will be a sign that the Eastern Heavenly Realm will rise again." Yes, this old man obeys. Chapter 12-24. 3 days later, Lin Muyu and the others followed a caravan into Tsangwu Valley. This is Snake Scale Valley. Zhang Wei led the horses he had bought and introduced the place as he walked. I came here when I was young. Snake Scale Valley is isolated from the outside world because of the towering mountains on both sides. Even demons can't enter. Instead, it has become a peaceful place. More and more people have settled here, forming a tribe in Snake Scale Valley. They have formed an army to fight against external forces. Moreover, there is an expert living in seclusion in Snake Scale Valley. Oh. Which expert? Lin Muyu asked. Zhang Wei rubbed his nose. The old man of Heavenly South is said to be an expert who has lived in Snake Scale Valley since ancient times. His cultivation is unfathomable, and he lives alone in the deep mountains of Snake Scale Valley. It is said that even experts like Meng Taifeng and Luo Xingji have to give him face. Meng Taifeng once personally invited the old man of Heavenly South to come out, but he was rejected. Lin Muyu couldn't help but feel excited. She asked, "Zhang Wei, do you know where this old man of Heavenly South lives?" "I don't know. I only know that he lives in the mountains and secludes himself from the world." Leah smiled. "Master, why do you want to find this old man of Heavenly South?" "I heard that he has a strange temper. I haven't seen him for hundreds of years." Lin Muyu nodded. "I came to the Eternal Sword Domain to find a power that can fight against the demon realm. If I don't pay a visit to an expert like the old man of Heavenly South, then there's no point in me coming here. Listen up. We won't stay in the city in the valley. We'll take the mountain road. I want to find the old man of Heavenly South." Leah nodded and smiled. Zhang Wei was a little speechless. "Lord Martial God, you're not thinking of challenging the old man of Heavenly South, are you?" "I'm here to learn from him." Lin Muyu smiled. "It's the only thing I can do." "Then let's go." There aren't many mountains in Snake Scale Valley, and there are even fewer deep mountains. We should be able to find the Old Man of Heavenly South within a few dozen kilometers. After nightfall, the entire Snake Scale Valley was silent. Looking down from the mountain, the valley was filled with lights and stars. It was an indescribably serene atmosphere. Lin Muyu turned to look at the mountain range in the distance. There seemed to be an expert watching over them from afar. Otherwise, how could there be such a peaceful place like the Snake Scale Valley in a place like the Eternal Sword Domain, where everyone would be eaten without spitting out their bones? At night, the three of them spent the night in the mountains and immediately set off the next morning. At noon, after passing through a few mountains, the mountain range ahead was hidden in the white clouds. From afar, it looked like a wonderland of immortals. Streams gurgled as they flowed down the mountain range. Occasionally, the cries of deer echoed between heaven and earth. This was indeed a good place to live in seclusion. Lin Muyu held the Xianyuan sword and stared into the distance. Suddenly, she felt a force in her spiritual mind, and the other party seemed to sense Lin Muyu's existence. Found you. Lin Muyu smiled. Leah, Jiang Wei, I'll go first. You two follow me. Yes, master. Jiang Wei was speechless. With a leap, Lin Muyu was already hundreds of meters away. Her body pierced through the clouds and went straight to a certain place in the valley. As expected, after the clouds dispersed, a rather ancient building appeared in front of them. It was a huge place that looked like a Taoist temple. It was built on the mountain wall, and beside it was a flowing waterfall that looked like a long white chain. In front of the building, there were some men and women cultivating and practicing the bright sword. Judging from their skills, half of them had already entered the divine state. Who's there? Among the disciples, a male disciple with the highest cultivation suddenly looked up into the sky and saw Lin Muyu's figure. He rose from the ground and swung his long sword in the air. He shouted in a low voice, "Those who trespass into the heavenly gate shall die." The sword light was like a rainbow. Lin Muyu could not help but be secretly shocked. It was the bright sword technique. This bright sword technique was a side branch of the sword manipulation technique. It was overbearing and fierce, and could not be underestimated. However, Lin Muyu stood in the air like a mountain. The other party's sword continuously bounced off a few meters away from Lin Muyu. Although this disciple's cultivation was not bad, his strength was obviously much weaker than Lin Muyu's. It was difficult to understand him at all. Eldest senior brother. On the ground, a group of disciples rushed into the sky one after another. Some of them whose cultivation was not enough even flew into the air on their long swords. It was indeed similar to the sword manipulation technique. Who exactly are you? The disciple who was addressed as eldest senior brother asked. Lin Muyu smiled respectfully. I'm not here to kick down the mountain gate. I just want to ask, is the elder of Tianan here? Do you know master? An extremely beautiful female disciple asked in surprise. No, I don't. Lin Muyu shook her head and said with a smile, I just came because of your reputation. I want to ask senior for some advice. Another male disciple raised his eyebrows and said, Who exactly are you? Do you think our bright sword forest is a place where you can come and go as you please? Tell me quickly, who exactly are you? Are you a spy sent by the City of Dawn or the Hunters Alliance? Lin Muyu was a little angry. No, you can just report to your master. Don't make things difficult for me here. I don't want to hurt any of you. Arrogant. Eldest senior brother roared angrily. Junior brothers and sisters, set up the sword formation. Immediately, 7 disciples with extraordinary cultivation flew in front of Lin Muyu, forming the position of the Big Dipper. Streams of divine power complemented each other. In the next moment, swords turned into rainbow lights and attacked. The power was endless, growing and multiplying endlessly. Before Lin Muyu even came into contact with the sword formation, she knew that she could not take it head-on. That would only exhaust her power. Therefore, she did not say anything. She suddenly raised her palm, and blood-red lightning surged. Her divine martial power was mixed with the elephant's formless technique. She shouted in a low voice, "All of you, get out of my way. I don't want to hurt you." In the sky, a strong gust of wind swept over, bringing with it the power of the surrounding mountains. In an instant, the 7 male and female disciples seemed to be crushed by mountains. All of them paled and fell down. None of them could withstand a single attack from Lin Muyu. As they fell from the sky, they temporarily lost the ability to fly. They were so frightened that they lost their composure. Just as Lin Muyu was about to fly down to rescue them, the mountain gates suddenly opened. A gentle gust of wind gushed out and supported the disciples one by one. In the next moment, an old man dressed in a white robe with the demeanor of an immortal appeared in the mountain gate. There was no anger on his face, nor was there any joy. "Master! Thank you, Master, for saving us." The group of disciples knelt down, their expressions extremely respectful. Lin Muyu also floated down with the wind. She sheathed the Xianyuan sword, cupped her fists, and said with a smile, "May I ask if you are Elder Tian Nan?" The old man smiled slightly. "That's me. May I know, why have you come to the Bright Sword Forest? Judging from your appearance, you are definitely not from the Eternal Sword domain. Such an extraordinary cultivation is really rare." Lin Muyu was slightly stunned. They had not even exchanged blows, but Elder Tian Nan seemed to have already seen through his strength. He smiled, and said, "Senior, I am indeed not from the Eternal Sword domain. I came to the Eternal Sword domain to pursue a power called the Sword domain. That's why I came to the Bright Sword Forest. I hope that Senior can teach me a thing or two." "You're looking for the Sword domain?" Elder Tian Nan could not help but laugh. He stroked his beard and said, "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. In this old man's Bright Sword Forest, there are only me and a group of disciples. There is absolutely no power of the Sword domain. Moreover, this old man has been in the Eternal Sword domain for tens of thousands of years, but I have never known what the Sword domain is. Young hero, please return. There is nothing here that you're looking for." Lin Muyu cupped his fists respectfully. "Since I don't know what the power I'm looking for is, I naturally have to pay my respects to Senior. Otherwise, wouldn't I have come here for nothing? I don't care if Senior possesses the power of the Sword domain, but I still feel that I'm shallow and would like to ask Senior for some guidance." A female disciple said somewhat angrily, "Why don't you listen to me? Master has already said that there is nothing here that you want. Why aren't you leaving?" Elder Tian Nan smiled and said, Don't be rude. This young hero has come from afar and is a guest. Since he's here, let's brew some tea for him. Young hero, please follow this old man." "Many thanks, Senior." Lin Muyu strode into the Bright Sword Forest, while the group of disciples looked at him angrily. They all thought that he was an uninvited guest and that he was definitely up to no good by coming here. The Bright Sword Forest was filled with mountain ranges. The plank paths and pavilions were all built in the air. Under Elder Tian Nan's guidance, Lin Muyu entered the depths of the Bright Sword Forest. Not long after, she arrived at the pear altar, only to see that the pear blossoms were in full bloom, as if it was the beginning of spring. It was indeed worthy of the pear altar's reputation. Compared to the barren world outside the Snake Scale Valley, this place was simply like a paradise. "Young hero, please sit." Elder Tian Nan sat cross-legged at the stone table beside the pavilion, while Lin Muyu sat opposite him. The female disciple who was still angry earlier brought over a pot of tea and began to brew it. "All of you, sit down." Elder Tian Nan gave the order, and immediately, the group of disciples sat down in various parts of the pear altar. Everyone surrounded Elder Tian Nan and Lin Muyu in a circle, as if it was the wonderful scene of 100 schools of thought lecturing in ancient times. When the female disciple served the tea, Elder Tian Nan took a sip and said with a smile, "Young hero, where did you come from, and why did you come here? Why don't you tell me?" Lin Muyu cupped her fists and smiled. My name is Lin Muyu, and I was born in the 6 realms outside the Eternal Sword domain. I was originally the divine king of the Eastern Heaven realm, but after the heavenly punishment descended, the gods of the heaven beyond heaven established a new order called the Mahayana Heavenly Tao. Now, I am the martial god of the Mahayana Heavenly Tao. In addition, the devil realm invaded, and tens of millions of Mara went on a rampage. The master of the devil realm, Zi Yan, wields the supreme artifact, the god-destroying pagoda. I came here to seek the power of the sword domain in order to deal with the god-destroying pagoda. So many things have happened in the outside world over the years. Elder Tian Nan sighed. Young hero, you are the martial god, forgive me for not recognizing you, that's just a title, I hope you don't mind. Elder Tian Nan said, since you are so honest with me, I can only be honest with you. In fact, I was exiled to the Eternal Sword domain more than 80,000 years ago. As for my crime, it was to pry into the ultimate power of the bright sword, the proud sword technique. This proud sword technique is the power of the sword domain that you speak of, young hero. However, after I pry into the proud sword technique, I found that although this proud sword technique is peerlessly overbearing, it has lost its righteousness. It is too overbearing, but not benevolent enough. Great disaster. What great disaster? Deceiving the master and destroying the ancestors. Chapter 12:25. Elder Tian Nan nodded and said, my master was mistakenly killed by me when I was at the initial stage of the proud sword technique. After that, we fell out with each other, and after I mistakenly killed my master, I found myself in a situation controlled by the proud sword technique. This powerful proud sword technique actually affected my mind and made me a heinous person. After that, I destroyed the proud sword technique, voluntarily accepted punishment, and was banished to this eternal sword domain. As he spoke, the old man looked at the group of disciples lovingly and said, in the eternal sword domain, massacres and invasions happen all the time. These children were all taken in by me after they lost their parents. Their parents might have been evil people, but they were not at fault. I taught them martial arts and founded the Bright Sword Forest to find a place to stay in the Eternal Sword domain. So that's how it is. Lin Muyu was a little shocked and said, then senior, why does the proud sword technique control your mind? Elder Tian Nan smiled faintly and said, the reason why the proud sword technique is called the proud sword technique is because of the obsession in the heart. The sword is the king of all weapons, and a sword in hand is enough to look down on the world. The state of mind of the proud sword technique pursues an extreme arrogance, extreme strength, extreme madness. Once the cultivation is successful, one can look down on everything and be invincible in the world. Back then, I had already shocked my sect when I cultivated the proud sword technique to 10%. If I had cultivated the proud sword technique to 100%, I'm afraid I would have become the world's biggest disaster. Speaking of this, Elder Tian Nan glanced at Lin Muyu and said with a smile, young hero, do you still want to find the power of the sword domain and cultivate the proud sword technique? Yes. Lin Muyu's eyes were determined and said, I believe that all the power in the world can be controlled and mastered. Perhaps you were too eager to pursue power, so you stepped into the wrong direction of the proud sword technique. Since the proud sword technique is the king of swordsmanship, it must have the benevolence and generosity of a king. Senior only cultivated strength, but did not have the heart to cultivate the proud sword technique. You, Elder Tian Nan was stunned, then couldn't help but shake his head and laugh at himself, the younger generation will surpass the older. I finally understand why you became the new order of the martial god. So, are you willing to teach me the AO sword tactics? I can't teach you. Elder Tian Nan shook his head and said, when I destroyed my martial arts, the mental cultivation method of the AO sword tactics had been completely removed from my consciousness. I can't teach you anything about the AO sword tactics. Then, doesn't that mean, this peerless power has been lost? Lin Muyu was slightly disappointed. Elder Tian Nan smiled, that's not necessarily true. The AO sword technique is a mental cultivation method that originally existed between heaven and earth. It's almost the same as the laws. I only had a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg of the AO sword technique. As for how to find the AO sword technique, I can give you away. When I first came to the Eternal Sword domain, my sword was broken and my cultivation was destroyed. I once carved a small portion of the mental cultivation method of the AO sword technique on the stone wall at the back of the mountain. But after so many years of wind and rain, most of the words are no longer clear. Whether or not you can cultivate it depends on your luck. Lin Muyu was overjoyed. She cupped her fists and said, "Thank you, Senior. That means, you're willing to let me cultivate in Bright Sword Forest." The elder smiled and said, "A dignified Mahayana Heavenly Path martial god is cultivating in my Bright Sword Forest. This is the supreme honor of our Bright Sword Forest. Why do you continue to be so polite? It's just that you're a martial god. I don't have the qualifications to teach you anything. So, you can stay in Bright Sword Forest, but you're not a disciple. You're just a guest. What do you think?" "I'll do as you say." Lin Muyu nodded and said, "I'll just follow Senior's instructions." "Good." Elder Tian Nan happily said, "Disciples, listen up. This young hero Lin Muyu will stay in Bright Sword Forest to cultivate. You need to treat him like a guest. No one is allowed to pick a fight. Otherwise, I'll punish you according to the sect rules. I won't tolerate it." "Yes, Master." All the disciples nodded in unison. At this moment, a disciple floated over and said, "Master, something bad has happened. Another 2 people have come to crash the sect gates. It's a man and a woman. Their cultivation levels are extremely high." Lin Muyu hurriedly said, "They're my people. Just let them come in. Don't make a move." Elder Tian Nan smiled slightly. Young hero, shall we continue to enjoy tea?" "Okay." After Leah and Chang Wei hurriedly entered the pear jar, they discovered that Lin Muyu was leisurely enjoying tea and discussing Tao. For a moment, their temper was gone. Meanwhile, Lin Muyu instructed the 2 of them to sit down and enjoy tea together. Elder Tian Nan personally brewed tea while looking at Chang Wei. He said, "This young hero's hostility is rather strong. It's better for you to relax and remain calm." Chang Wei wished he could smash his tea stall. However, due to Lin Muyu's presence, he respectfully said, "Yes, this junior understands." Leah blinked her eyes. "Master, do you really want to stay in this Bright Sword Forest to practice?" "Yes, I came here to find the power of the Sword Realm. Now I finally found it. That is the Proud Sword Tactics. Therefore, I must stay here until the practice of the Proud Sword Tactics is completed." Leah nodded. "Master, stay here." Leah will also stay here. Elder Tian Nan said, "Young hero, there is one more thing you must bear in mind. Practicing the Proud Sword Tactics will inevitably cause your temperament to change. You will become supercilious and arrogant. Once you really reach that point, remember to stop and no longer practice. Otherwise, you will destroy your future. You, the martial god of the Mahayana Heavenly Path, may fall into the evil path. That will be a great misfortune for the world." "I know. I will try to control it." Lin Muyu nodded and smiled. "Thank you for reminding me, Senior. After the tea, I will let the disciples take you to the guest room. After that, I will guide you to the cultivation place at the back of the mountain." "Okay." The food in Yi Jianlin was not bad. Although it was vegetarian, it was rare to eat the dishes grown in the mountains, which were fresh and elegant. After lunch, the guest room was arranged. Chang Wei stayed in the room to practice on his own. Lin Muyu took Leah to the back of the mountain with Elder Tian Nan. At this moment, a spring rain started to fall from the sky. The 3 of them did not wear any bamboo hats or anything like that, but they used their skills to block the drizzle dozens of centimeters away, so they were not wet. The drizzle filled the mountain with fresh air. After a few ups and downs, the 3 of them arrived at the top of a lonely peak. Looking from afar, there was a very flat mountain wall on the opposite side, which was engraved with faintly visible words. Elder Tian Nan did not look at these words. For him, the mental cultivation method of the proud sword tactics was a curse. Young hero, it's here. The opening chapter of the AO sword tactics is recorded on the mountain wall. Everything I wrote before I destroyed my cultivation is there. How much you can comprehend depends on you. I'll go by myself. Young hero, please help yourself. Thank you, senior. When Lin Muyu looked up, Elder Tian Nan had already floated away and quickly disappeared in the light curtain of rain. Leah's mind was simple. She sat quietly on a stone and said, Master, you practice the proud sword tactics, and Leah will practice the stellar tactics. Okay. Lin Muyu also sat quietly with her legs crossed, staring at the opposite mountain wall, but she could not distinguish the meaning of those words. She could not even see the complete words. The mountain wall had been through tens of thousands of years and had been seriously deformed. Elder Tian Nan was simply making things difficult for himself, but he had no other way. He could only help Lin Muyu to this point. Moreover, Elder Tian Nan and Lin Muyu had agreed that once Lin Muyu could not control the killing intent in the proud sword tactics after practicing the proud sword tactics, he must immediately leave the eternal sword domain. Even if he fell into the devil's path, he could not do evil in the eternal sword domain. In the evening, Leah stretched her arms and said, Master, I am hungry. Let's go down the mountain for dinner and come back tomorrow morning. Yes, Master. The two floated down and walked on the plank road. The drizzle was still falling. Master, did you understand the proud sword tactics? No. How much did you understand? I didn't understand a word. Ah. Leah opened her small mouth. Master, didn't you waste the whole afternoon? Lin Muyu smiled slightly. It's not a waste. I have been looking at those stones, and I always feel that the stones want to tell me something. As Elder Tian Nan said, the proud sword tactics is not an ordinary martial arts. It is a kind of power similar to the law. The words can be washed away by the wind and rain, but the law will not disappear because of the wind and rain. Master, do you want to continue looking at those big stones tomorrow? Yes. Master, you are so boring. Master, can Leah ask you a question? Go ahead. That old man Tian Nan also looks very powerful, and he is the master of the bright sword forest, but Leah knows that master is also very powerful. Right now, I really want to know, between master and old man Tian Nan, who is more powerful, can master defeat him? Elder Tian Nan is a senior, and I am a junior. Of course, I will not fight with him. So, master is admitting defeat? Not necessarily. Leah knows the answer. Master, you don't have to tell me. Lin Muyu, after a few minutes of peace, Leah said again, Master, Master. What's the matter? Leah has practiced the stars skill to the second level. When will master teach me falling star steps? Falling star steps is a martial arts skill to improve body movements. Master, you don't want to teach me, do you? I will teach you if you want to learn, but you learn so fast. Aren't you afraid of being possessed by the devil? I don't think so. Leah feels that these martial arts are very orderly in her heart, and they won't conflict with each other. Master, are you worried that Leah will learn too fast and learn all of your martial arts, and then you don't need me anymore? Master, you don't have to worry. Even if Leah learns all of your martial arts, I will not leave you. Unless master chases Leah away, Leah will follow you for life. Lin Muyu glanced at this beautiful young girl and could not help but smile. A lifetime is very long. I know, but Leah has already decided. Decided what? To follow master forever. Master will protect Leah, and Leah will also protect master. Chapter 1226. In the quiet night of the radiant Saint Hall, the bonfires illuminated the huge pillars in the surroundings, as well as the figures within. Shi Yan sat there with a row of radiant primordial stones laid out in front of her. There were 12 of them in total. She said, Sheen brought back a total of 12 radiant primordial stones from Lasai. The number is limited, so I can only create 12 old gods. You guys decide. I'll choose the 12 strongest crippled gods to reconstruct their divine power. The people around her were all once well-known figures of the Western divine realm. There was no lack of perfect god emperors among them. Lord Blazing Angel, please tell us. We'll definitely obey. Alright, I'll name them. Shi Yan looked at them quietly and said, Crown Prince Robert of the Radiant Clan, Elder Albert of the Ella Clan, Yuar of the Darklight Clan, Zay of the Ganges Clan, Gina of the Radiant Clan, Helena of the Roshan Clan, Isabella of the Huji Clan. When Shi Yan finished reading the 12 names, the 12 people also stood up. Each of their faces was filled with excitement and gratitude. Shi Yan's reading of their names meant that they were about to break away from the status of a waste god. Even if they became an old god, they could at least obtain eternal life and regain the powerful abilities that they had lost. The 12 of you shall wait for me in the temple tomorrow morning. I'll use the lost paradise to refine and absorb the radiant primordial stones for you. Sleep early tonight and maintain your strength. The absorption process is quite painful. Shi Yan smiled. If you want to obtain power, you have to pay a certain price. Do you understand? Yes, thank you, Lord Blazing Angel. Alright, disperse. Guard your positions and guard against any sneak attacks from Mara's army. Yes. The crowd dispersed one by one. In the blink of an eye, only Shi Yan, Eva, Qin Yin, Tang Xiaoxi, Li Fei, Terralin, and a few others were left in the hall. They were the real rulers of the Western Divine Realm, the group of people who decided the ups and downs of the Western Divine Realm. Shi Yan seemed a little tired. Previously, when she followed Claude, she had always followed Claude's orders. Now that she had become the master of the Western Divine Realm, she was not used to doing everything herself. Sister Haiyan, are you alright? Qin Yin asked with concern. Shi Yan nodded and smiled. Well, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. At this moment, Shi Yan's heart suddenly moved. She stood there in a daze. What's wrong? Qin Yin was a little surprised. I feel like some kind of power is summoning me. Shi Yan quickly walked out of the hall. In the sky above the spirited mountain, beams of golden light pierced through the clouds, revealing the appearance of the Mahayana Heavenly Tao's heavenly voice scroll. In an instant, half of the spirited mountain was illuminated. Whoosh! A beam of golden light landed on Shi Yan. Then, a huge avatar descended from the sky and entered her body. Immediately, Shi Yan stretched out her arms and accepted the gift from the heavens. The heavenly voice scroll automatically formed the avatar of Goddess Nuwa. She looked extremely beautiful and dignified. She looked at Shi Yan with a peaceful expression and said, Shi Yan, as a blazing angel of the heavenly realm, you are brave and fearless. Now that you have gained the recognition of the heavenly voice scroll, you shall be bestowed with a first-class superior deity avatar. You shall be titled Moon Goddess and wield the heavenly Tao of the Moonlight Heavenly Tao. I will also bestow upon you the power of the cold moon. I hope that you will uphold the heavenly Tao and do your best for the world. Shi Yan knelt on one knee respectfully and raised her head, saying, I will do my best and not let you down. Goddess Nuwa's avatar gradually disappeared. Qin Yin and Tang Xiaoxi walked forward together and said with a smile, Congratulations, Sister Haiyan. Shi Yan also stood up and received the congratulations from Eva, Li Fei, Terralin, and the others. All the old deities were very happy because Shi Yan's Mahayana Heavenly Tao's avatar not only meant that the Western Divine Realm's power had increased, but it also meant that the old deities could once again ascend to godhood. Shi Yan was just a good start. This was the real rise of the Western Divine Realm. How do you feel now? Eva asked. Shi Yan did not speak but just raised her palm gently. She felt an extremely strong force in her palm that she had to release. The moment the power of the cold moon gushed out of her palm, it forced Eva, Terralin, Li Fei, and the others to retreat involuntarily. The vast and awe-inspiring power was really too strong. So this is the divine power of the heavenly law of the Mahayana realm. Shi Yan pursed her red lips and said with a smile, no wonder that brat Yu is almost invincible under the heavens. He only thinks about fighting all day long, and he doesn't even think about leaving his 2 wives in the western divine realm. Qin Yin blushed. Sister Shi Yan, what are you talking about? I asked exalted Fushi, you has only gone to the eternal sword domain. Tang Xiaoxi also said, that's right, Mu has gone to seek greater power. Shi Yan said with a smile, I've heard of the eternal sword domain. It's a very dangerous place. Aren't the 2 of you worried that you will meet with misfortune in the eternal sword domain? I am a little worried, but not very worried. Qin Yin's brows relaxed and she said with a smile, I believe in him. If even an Einherjar can't return from the eternal sword domain safely, then who else can conquer it? I'm so envious of the 2 of you, Shi Yan smiled leisurely. These words came from the bottom of her heart. The unreserved love and trust between Lin Muyu, Qin Yin, and Tang Xiaoxi was really enviable. Qin Yin and Tang Xiaoxi were very relieved that Lin Muyu had gone to the eternal sword domain alone. They knew that Lin Muyu would definitely return. Moreover, Qin Yin and Tang Xiaoxi were in the western divine realm. Lin Muyu was also relieved. He knew that Qin Yin and Tang Xiaoxi would definitely be able to protect the western divine realm. If they had not met each other, they would all be powerful rulers. There was no doubt about that. Under the cold moonlight, Shi Yan stood on the tallest mountain near the radiant Saint Hall with Qin Yin and Tang Xiaoxi, protecting the western divine realm just like that. Since ancient times, gods had always been like this, protecting a region in solitude and coldness. They were very different from the Xiao Yao that the poets spoke of. Eternal sword domain, bright sword forest. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Leah had been unhappy the entire time, as it seemed like her master's cultivation had not progressed at all. This was not a good thing. If she wasted too much time in bright sword forest, Lin Muyu would face greater and greater danger. After all, news had already begun to spread in the outside world. The person who had slain a god of war insect alone had appeared in the eternal sword domain. The most taboo thing for people in the eternal sword domain was to be in the limelight. Unless it was a grandmaster like Meng Taifeng or Luo Xingji, it was very easy to become the target of public criticism. Fortunately, Snake Scale Valley was very secretive, and Bright Sword Forest was located in the depths of the mountains. Outsiders might not be able to find this place. Otherwise, trouble would have come within 3 days. In the evening, the setting sun shone on the stone wall. Lin Muyu sat there quietly, staring at the stone wall. Suddenly, she smiled. What's wrong, master? Leah looked worried. Even if you can't practice the proud sword technique, you don't have to give up. You still have Leah. We can practice other techniques. Master, are you really okay? Lin Muyu suddenly stood up and smiled. Silly girl, what are you thinking about? I have already seen through the essence of the proud sword technique. Ah. Leah was stunned. She pointed at the stone wall and said, but there's nothing there. I can't see those words. If Leah can't see them, how can Master see them? To see the words at the beginning of the proud sword technique, you can't rely on your eyes, but on your heart. Lin Muyu said quietly, for the past 3 days, I have been feeling the mental cultivation method of the proud sword technique reflected in the depths of the stone wall. When Senior Tiannan wrote this mental cultivation method, he had already reflected the mystery of the proud sword technique into the stone wall. It has not disappeared for thousands of years. What I see is not the words, but the essence of the mental cultivation method at the beginning of the proud sword technique. Do you understand? Leah shook her head. I don't understand. It's too profound. It doesn't matter. You will understand in the future. So now. Leah bit her red lips and said, what do you do now? Start practicing immediately. Ah. Practice. Practice what? Proud sword technique. No, what's the use of practicing it? Lin Muyu smiled and said, let's go. It's almost time for dinner. Go and eat with master. You are growing now, so you should eat more. As she said, Lin Muyu glanced at Leah's chest. Leah suddenly blushed. Master, do you dislike Leah's flat chest? I don't dislike it. The beautiful faces of Qin Yin and Tang Xiaoxi appeared in Lin Muyu's mind. Both of his wives had shockingly good figures, the kind with S-shaped bodies. Now that he had taken in a female disciple, she was indeed rather flat, the kind that did not even reach a dash. However, Lin Muyu did not mind. He was taking in a disciple, not a concubine. What was the point of asking so much? But Leah seemed to be unhappy and very upset. So Lin Muyu touched her head and said, Leah, the direction of your practice is speed, so the lighter the body, the better. It's not the key whether your chest is big or not. A flat chest can improve your speed. Let me tell you a story. Oh, go ahead, master. In my hometown, there is a race called the Amazon. The Amazon girls are naturally good at archery. In order to practice extraordinary archery skills, they will choose to cut off the left side of their chest that hinders drawing the bow. This is because too much of their chest will hinder the speed and strength of drawing the bow. Think about it, these powerful female warriors will even give up their breasts to gain strength. Your flat chest is nothing. Leah was confused. Master, do you mean that I should cut off my chest too? No, it must be very painful. Lin Muyu did not know whether to laugh or cry. That's not what I mean. I'm just saying that your flat chest might not be a bad thing. Don't take it to heart. Sigh, why are we talking about this? Let's go and eat. I'm already hungry. Okay. Leah obediently held her master's hand and quickly went down the mountain. Behind them was the misty precipice behind the bright sword forest. Chapter 12:27. The cafeteria of Bright Sword Forest was very big. The disciples in charge of the food had already prepared the food. The food on every table was exactly the same, so they could sit at will when eating. There were 4 people at a table, 4 dishes, and 1 soup. There was no meat, it was all vegetarian. When Lin Muyu came in with Leah, there was only 1 empty table, and there were already 2 people sitting at it. They were eldest senior brother Shi Han and eldest senior sister Ru Yan. Both of them already knew Lin Muyu when Lin Muyu entered the mountain to break the sword formation. Leah, let's sit here. Okay, master. Lin Muyu sat down, picked up the chopsticks, and said with a smile, Shi Han, Ru Yan, do you mind eating together? I don't mind, please help yourself. Shi Han smiled and said, Master Martial God, I wonder if you have gained anything after entering the back mountain for so many days? Not yet. Ru Yan smiled, it seems that the AO sword tactics left by master is still too profound. Even a martial god with such cultivation can't comprehend it. The martial god of Mahayana heavenly path actually can't comprehend master's AO sword tactics. It's really unexpected. Leah said indignantly, you. What nonsense are you talking about? How can master not comprehend a mere AO sword tactics? Leah. Lin Muyu's voice became a little more serious, and she said, eat. Yes, master. Leah glanced at her with a wronged expression. Obviously, Shi Han and Ru Yan did not have a good impression of Lin Muyu. After all, the 2 of them were the strongest in Bright Sword Forest apart from their master, Elder Tian Nan. However, on the first day that Lin Muyu came, she made a fool of them. The sword formation of 7 people was broken by Lin Muyu in 1 move. This was a great humiliation for them, and they lost face in front of their peers. Lin Muyu was just eating, and soon, she had finished 3 bowls of rice. Leah was secretly surprised. Lin Muyu had obviously meditated for a whole day, so how did she consume so much energy? In fact, Leah didn't know that Lin Muyu's meditation was tantamount to an inner battle. The AO sword tactics continued to penetrate into her heart, and the arrogant and cruel power also poured in. Lin Muyu was always on the defensive and didn't use the righteousness deep in her heart to dispel these evil thoughts. As Elder of Tiannan said, practicing the AO sword tactics was a risk in itself. Ria asked again, Master, do you have evening lessons tonight? No, as usual. Let's go to the pear altar to admire the moon and play chess. Alright. Hearing this, Han couldn't help but smile and said, Martial God, with all due respect, are you really cultivating the AO sword tactics? I see that you guys are so romantic every day, as if you are enjoying this otherworldly life in our bright sword forest. Lin Muyu smiled and said, That's right, I really enjoy my current life, but I am indeed cultivating the AO sword tactics. The AO sword tactics is so profound that with your cultivation, you may not be able to comprehend it even after 10,000 years. Why do you need to say so much and embarrass yourself? You. Han was furious and was about to explode. Ru Yen hurriedly said, Eldest senior brother. He is Master's honored guest. We can't afford to offend him, but we can still hide from him. Let's go to the evening lessons. Humph. Han flicked her sleeves and left. Ria blinked her eyes and said, Master, the disciples of the Bright Sword Forest are really arrogant. Why don't you teach them a lesson? Han is such a despicable person. He is so jealous that he should be beaten up. If Master is too embarrassed to do it, Ria will help you teach him a lesson. How about it? Even if Han and Ru Yen join hands, I may not lose to them. Lin Muyu smiled slightly, see, you also said that you may not lose to them. It's better for you to cultivate in peace. When you feel that you can definitely beat the two of them together, then come back to me and give me a suggestion. Yes. Ria was smart. She nodded and said with a smile, Thank you, Master, for your advice. I didn't advise you. I'm just speaking the truth. When it comes to fighting, you must only fight when you are sure that you will win. Otherwise, it won't look good if you lose. Yes, pear altar. The night breeze blew, bringing with it the faint fragrance of pear blossoms and peach blossoms in the distance. Pear altar was the most beautiful place in the entire Bright Sword Forest. There were people here all the time. There were disciples of the Bright Sword Forest here for evening lessons and cultivation. There were also Lin Muyu bringing Ria here to drink tea and admire the moon. Elder Tian Nan had already disappeared for 3 days. It was said that he was cultivating in seclusion in his own secret room. The matters of the outside world were all decided by Han. Lin Muyu sat at the stone table and personally brewed tea. Ria, on the other hand, was concentrating on cultivating the stellar arts. The bright moonlight in the sky was absorbed into her palm and turned into wisps of cold air in the blink of an eye. This was the power of the 5th level of the stellar arts, Jade Snow Frost. This made Lin Muyu feel extremely surprised. In less than 10 days, Ria had actually cultivated to the 5th level. This talent was too strong, far surpassing Situ Sun, Wei Chou, and the others. For a moment, Lin Muyu realized that she had picked up a treasure. In time, Ria's cultivation would not be ignored. While she was cultivating, there was suddenly a clamor outside. Immediately after, a disciple of the Bright Sword Forest staggered in with half of his body covered in blood. Eldest senior brother, it's bad. What's going on? Han was shocked. Quickly tell me, what's going on? Outside. There are 3 experts outside. They are hunters. They seem to be looking for someone. They fought with our external affairs disciples and injured a few of us. Bastard hunters, they actually came to look for trouble again. Follow me. Han and the others quickly left with their swords. Lin Muyu also stood up, but Ru Yen, who was not far away, said coldly, Lord Martial God, please stay. We, the Bright Sword Forest, can solve the matters of the Bright Sword Forest ourselves. There is no need for Lord Martial God to get involved. Lin Muyu frowned. The Hunters' Alliance is most likely here for me. I think it's better for me to go and take a look. There's no need. If they dare to step into the bright sword forest, they are courting death. Lord Martial God, please do as you please. With that, Ru Yen floated away from the stone forest, turned into a stream of light, and flew toward the outer hall. Rhea stood up. Master. Let's go. Lin Muyu did not care so much. With a leap, she brought Rhea to the outer hall in the blink of an eye. There was a fight in the darkness in the distance. Many Bright Sword Forest disciples were fighting with 3 hunters using the Bright Sword technique. The hunters' cultivation was not ordinary, and almost all of them had the strength of a divine king. They had already injured many Bright Sword Forest disciples. Sword formation. Sher Han roared angrily and charged forward with a few disciples. For a moment, sword light shone brightly, and they killed 1 hunter in just 1 round. However, the other 2 hunters were extremely fierce. Their blades pierced through the chests of 2 Bright Sword Forest disciples, and they died. Rhea said, Master, are we just going to stand by and watch? Of course not. Lin Muyu opened her palm downwards, and sacred martial power immediately surged. 2 explosions occurred in the air, and the hearts of the remaining 2 hunters immediately burst, and they fell into a pool of blood. Let's go. Lin Muyu turned around and brought Rhea back to the guest room. She would leave everything to Sher Han and Ru Yen to handle. After all, she was an outsider. However, it seemed that they could not stay in the Bright Sword Forest for long. This batch of hunters had died in the Bright Sword Forest, and the next batch would arrive soon. At that time, the Bright Sword Forest would inevitably be destroyed. The next day, during the morning lesson in the Bright Sword Forest, Sher Han announced that 5 disciples had died tragically in the battle at night, and more than 10 people had been injured. This debt was naturally placed on the hunters. White banners were hung in the pair altar to commemorate the disciples who had died. Lin Muyu and Rhea continued to sit in the back of the mountain for another day. Just like that, another 3 days passed. Lin Muyu had been sitting in the back of the mountain for 7 days. Every day was exactly the same. He brought Rhea back and forth between the back of the mountain and the guest room, completely ignoring the affairs of the Bright Sword Forest. However, he also knew that the attitude of the disciples of the Bright Sword Forest towards him was getting worse. On the morning of the 8th day, Elder Tiannan came out of seclusion. It was still drizzling in the back of the mountain. Lin Muyu sat there quietly, and Rhea guarded by her side. Rustle, rustle, faint footsteps came from behind. Without looking back, Lin Muyu said softly, Senior, you are here. Elder Tiannan smiled slightly. Martial God, it seems that you have seen through the secret of the AO sword tactics and have achieved a little success. How do you feel? Can you restrain the hostility in your heart? Currently, I can. The younger generation will surpass us in time. The cultivation of the martial God is indeed above me. Senior, I have already understood the mental cultivation of the AO sword tactics. I will soon leave the Bright Sword Forest, so as not to bring you trouble. How could that be? Did my disciples say something? Elder Tiannan took a deep breath and said, I have spoiled them. Martial God, please don't be calculative with these children. No, it's just that it is indeed time for me to leave. Otherwise, I will bring unexpected trouble to the Bright Sword Forest. Martial God, are you talking about the Hunter Alliance? Yes. Senior, do you have the confidence to defeat Luo Xingji? No. So I should leave. I'm afraid it's too late. Elder Tiannan smiled slightly. Lin Muyu's heart skipped a beat. She also sensed that a strong aura was approaching the Bright Sword Forest. She stood up and said with a smile, Senior, let's go and take a look together. Yes. The loud sound of the waterfall reverberated in the surroundings. Close to 100 disciples were sparring in the square outside the Bright Sword Forest. At that moment, figures flew over from afar, all of them wearing the insignia of the Hunter Alliance. Meet the enemy. Sher Han roared, his face full of anxiety. It was obvious that there were more opponents this time. At least 100 hunters had appeared outside the gates of the Bright Sword Forest, and there was no lack of experts among them. Rustle, rustle, a few figures appeared above the outer hall. It was Elder Tiannan, Lin Muyu, Zhang Wei, and Leah. Outside the hall, in front of a group of hunters, an expert holding an azure broadsword grinned hideously and said, "Alliance leader is benevolent, but 3 days ago, you innocently slaughtered our brothers from the Hunters Alliance. I think it's time to flatten your *T Bright Sword Forest." Behind him, more and more people came. Soon, more than 1,000 hunters appeared, all of them in the divine state. Shi Han, Ru Yan, the disciples of the Bright Sword Forest were almost scared out of their wits. They had never seen such a scene. Elder Tiannan squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "This person is called Sun Xingmiao. He is ranked 5th among the 7 guardian deities under Luo Xingji. He has killed countless people and brought so many people with him. No wonder he dares to threaten to destroy the Bright Sword Forest." Lin Muyu smiled slightly. She put her right index and middle fingers together. Suddenly, there was a sharp whistle on her fingertips, and a golden light swirled. She said, "Senior, how about letting me try the power of the proud sword tactics? Go, martial god." However, before Elder Tiannan finished speaking, Shi Han and Ru Yan had already joined forces and rushed forward. "You're courting death." Sun Xingmiao roared and swept his broadsword. Immediately, there were 2 puff, puff sounds. Shi Han and Ru Yan vomited blood and retreated. They were already seriously injured. The gap was too big. Chapter 12:28. Master. Shi Han raised her head to look at Elder Tiannan. However, it was Lin Muyu who appeared in the sky. He flew straight ahead and stood between Sun Xingmiao, the injured Shi Han, and Ru Yan. He said, "Why aren't you taking your eldest senior brother and eldest senior sister away?" Several Bright Sword Forest disciples hurriedly helped Shi Han and Ru Yan up. However, the 2 of them were unwilling to leave and continued to stand guard in front of the mountain gate. "Who are you? Are you trying to meddle in other people's business?" Sun Xingmiao waved his saber and smiled. "I don't kill nameless ghosts. Tell me, what's your name?" "Lin Muyu." "Oh." Sun Xingmiao's body trembled slightly. "You. Could you be that Lin Muyu who killed the divine bug of war all by himself?" "It seems like I did it." Lin Muyu's expression was calm. "You killed my hunters and stole my god's gem. Do you admit to this?" "No. Your hunters were killed by the divine bug of war because they weren't strong enough, and I happened to save their lives." "Why? Do you want to put the blame on me?" Do you think I'll believe your one-sided story?" Sun Xingmiao narrowed his eyes and laughed wildly. "You can't be thinking that you're the only one in the entire Eternal Sword domain who can kill divine bugs, right? Come, come, come. Today, I'll let you know that there's always someone better than you." Before he finished speaking, Sun Xingmiao had already made his move. His saber swept toward Lin Muyu with bolts of furious lightning. The momentum of this saber was shocking. If Lin Muyu couldn't handle it, the entire mountain gate would definitely be razed to the ground by Sun Xingmiao. However, Lin Muyu stood in the air with a faint sacred martial power around her. She carried the Xianyuan sword behind her back and didn't even unsheath it. She merely raised the tip of her finger. Suddenly, heaven and earth lost color, and the entire space seemed to freeze. Buzz! Everyone was dumbfounded as they stood rooted to the ground. That was a different kind of power. The momentum in the air changed drastically. Lin Muyu's fingertip transformed into the image of a giant sword, piercing straight through Sun Xingmiao's thunder blade, forcibly cutting open the power of his domain. With a loud bang, Sun Xingmiao's body drifted back like a leaf in the wind. Ah ah ah, he felt as if his entire body was being sliced by thousands of swords. Even his shoulder armor and chest armor had evaporated and melted. Lin Muyu's light finger didn't seem like an attack that a god should have. It was as if the hottest power in the universe had been turned into a sharp sword, making it impossible for anyone to block it. In any case, Sun Xingmiao was one of the top figures in the Hunters' Alliance, yet he was defeated in one move. The group of hunters turned pale as well. They had never seen Sun Xingmiao lose so miserably before. The lightning blade sharpness and lightning blade technique were so powerful that few in the entire Eternal Sword domain could match up to him. But now, he had been defeated in a single move. Bastard! Sun Xingmiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and raised his head to look at Lin Muyu with hatred. He said, I don't believe you. Who are you to be able to cultivate such a sword technique? Lin Muyu naturally used the proud sword technique, but she smiled without saying anything. After a few seconds, she said, take your people and leave Bright Sword Forest immediately. Don't ever come back, or you will lose even more badly. Get lost now, while I don't want to kill anyone. *T. Sun Xingmiao stood up majestically and said, why would the Hunters' Alliance fear a mere Bright Sword Forest like you? Brothers, let's attack together and kill this Lin Muyu. The crowd roared and drew their swords. Then, under Sun Xingmiao's lead, they leaped into the air and attacked like a swarm of locusts. They're here. Sword formation. The injured Shi Han shouted loudly, but Lin Muyu, who was in the air, only glanced at them and said nothing. Clang! In the piercingly cold light, the Xianyuan sword was unsheathed. Lin Muyu pointed the blade forward and shouted in a low voice. The power of the holy martial arts poured into his body. For a moment, there was the sound of metal and stone colliding in the air. Behind him, countless bright giant swords appeared. These giant swords were of different shapes, as if they had been summoned from an ancient domain. According to Lin Muyu's will, they suddenly raged. Swish, 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 for a moment, the sky was filled with swords. The proud sword technique was indeed the ancestor of the sword Dao. Blood splashed everywhere in the air, and the attacking hunters were all torn apart by the sword chi of the proud sword technique. It was a tragic sight. They thought that they would not be killed, but they did not expect Lin Muyu to be so ruthless. The second move was already a killing move. Puff! The sword chi pierced through Sun Xingmiao's heart. This renowned expert in the Eternal Sword domain had died just like that. Close to 600 hunters had also died along with him. In just a short moment, all of them had perished in front of the Bright Sword Forest's mountain gate. In the air, corpses kept falling to the ground. Many corpses fell directly off the cliff, and there was a rain of blood in the air. Oh my God, the beautiful eyes of Ru Yan, the eldest senior sister of the Bright Sword Forest, were full of astonishment. How could he be so strong? Could it be that this is the proud sword technique that Master once mentioned? He managed to cultivate the proud sword technique in less than 10 days. Who the hell is he? Shi Han's gaze was indifferent. Martial God Lin Muyu, this is the martial god of the Mahayana heavenly Tao. He is too strong. I'm afraid he is already stronger than all the previous gods. The disciples of the Bright Sword Forest were all dumbfounded. They had originally thought that it would be a catastrophe, but now, it had turned into a massacre. However, no one had expected that Lin Muyu would act so cleanly. She killed without hesitation and didn't leave any leeway. In the outer hall, Elder Tian Nan stroked his beard and remained silent. With her back facing Elder Tian Nan, Lin Muyu looked sharply at the few hunters left at the edge of the cliff and said, "Go back and tell your alliance leader that the killer is Lin Muyu and it has nothing to do with others. If you want revenge, look for me." Yes. Yes. The hunters kept quiet out of fear. Why aren't you getting lost? Yes, exalted goddess, we'll get lost, everyone fled. Lin Muyu took a deep breath and sheathed the Xianyuan sword. She turned around and flew to Elder Tian Nan, saying, "Senior, the proud sword technique is indeed very domineering. Its power has greatly exceeded my expectations. I only wanted to kill 100 people, but I didn't expect the proud sword technique to be so powerful that I killed hundreds of people. I've sinned, Elder Tian Nan smiled and said, I heard that the Mahayana Heavenly Tao is benevolent and compassionate. Young hero, you killed so many people in one go. Isn't this going against the Mahayana Heavenly Tao? Lin Muyu smiled and replied smoothly, Senior, you may not know this, but I cultivate the way of killing. Otherwise, I wouldn't have obtained the title of martial god. The martial god's innate mission is to kill and be invincible. The Hunters League has been running amok in the Eternal Sword domain for a long time. If we don't teach them a lesson with blood, will they stop? I see. Elder Tian Nan said, what if this group of executioners doesn't stop? Then I can only enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and kill them all. Enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Elder Tian Nan smiled and said, I'm afraid that only you, the martial god, has the ability to say such words in this world. Let's go to the prayer altar. I want to recite a scripture to wash away the manic killing intent in your heart. Leah, who was at the side, raised her eyebrows and said, Master can control it himself. There's no need for you to meddle. Obviously, Leah was very dissatisfied with Elder Tian Nan's tone. After all, Lin Muyu's strength was already above Elder Tian Nan's, but he still acted like an elder. On the other hand, Lin Muyu smiled and said, Leah, don't be rude. Senior, please. I really need to calm down and suppress the manic killing intent in my heart. The agitation brought about by the proud sword technique is too strong. Yes, I know that feeling very well. Elder Tian Nan glanced at the group of disciples and said, the martial god and I will go to the prayer altar to cultivate. You guys clean up the courtyard and clean up the corpses of the hunters. Return peace to our bright sword forest. Yes, Master. In the prayer altar, a few people were sitting quietly. Elder Tian Nan was reciting the Heart Sutra. Although Lin Muyu had never heard of it, he felt a sense of tranquility from the scripture. He closed his eyes and, indeed, the manic killing intent in his heart gradually calmed down. Originally, he had planned to kill his way to the headquarters of the Hunters Alliance and kill to his heart's content. Now, he no longer thought about it. He just wanted to sit quietly in the prayer altar. After an unknown period of time, Leah, who was beside him, closed her eyes and cultivated the star technique. She was surrounded by starlight. When Lin Muyu opened his eyes, Elder Tian Nan seemed to be able to sense it. He also opened his eyes and said with a smile, Young hero, how do you feel now? Tranquility, indescribable tranquility. That's good. Young hero's self-control is far better than mine in the past. Senior, you flatter me. Young hero, I have something to ask you. Senior, please ask. How long do you plan to stay in the Bright Sword Forest? Senior. Do you plan to let me go? Lin Muyu was a little surprised. Elder Tian Nan smiled and said, Why, don't you want to leave? No. Why? Cultivating in the Bright Sword Forest for a day is better than cultivating outside for 10 days. Lin Muyu explained. Why? Here, I can feel peace and tranquility. Furthermore, I have 2 reasons why I can't leave. Young hero, please speak. Firstly, a few hundred people from the Hunters Alliance died this time. They will definitely not let this matter rest. Very soon, there will be stronger people coming to find me. I was the one who started this feud, so I can't just leave. Secondly, I feel that my AO sword technique has not reached its essence yet. Currently, I have only grasped 10% of the AO sword technique. It is enough to kill people, but it is still lacking when it comes to fighting against the gods destroying tower. I can feel that my strength is insufficient, so I can't leave yet. Since that is the case, young hero, you can stay for as long as you want. However, I'm afraid that my disciples will make things difficult for you. It's alright, I won't argue with them. Ha, young hero's state of mind is much stronger than mine. Oh. Lin Muyu asked with a smile, Senior, why do you say so? Elder Tian Nan stroked his beard and said with a smile, When I was your age, if someone was disrespectful to me, I would definitely beat him up. Ha ha ha. Chapter 1229. Another 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the cliff of the back mountain, Lin Muyu sat quietly for another 5 days. In the drizzle, Leah squinted her beautiful eyes and asked, "Master, have you made any progress these days?" "No." "Then it's a waste of time, how could it be?" Lin Muyu smiled faintly and continued to sit on the rock. With a light wave of her finger, it was as if an invisible giant sword had sliced through the sky. Even the dense layers of clouds were sliced open. "Wow, it's amazing." Leah opened her mouth wide. "Master, I want to learn too." "What kind of martial arts is that?" "Sword intent." Lin Muyu explained concisely. "AO sword tactics is about sword intent. Those who really understand sword intent are able to control everything like a sword, including airflow and clouds." Then, Master's sword intent is very powerful now. It can only be regarded as a beginner. Lin Muyu shook her head and smiled. "To be honest, I felt that I had mastered 1/10 of the AO sword tactics in the first 3 days, but after 12 days of practice, I felt that I had only mastered less than 1%. The AO sword tactics is so profound that I may not be able to fully master it in my life. Master could defeat those bad guys from the Hunters League if he learned 1% of it. If he mastered it completely, wouldn't he be able to destroy a mountain with a flick of his finger?" Lin Muyu chuckled. "Leah, do you think destroying a mountain is powerful?" "Ah. Then what is powerful?" Lin Muyu nodded and looked at the tender leaves between the rocks and said, "It's easy to destroy the world, but to protect everything under the power of destruction is the real powerful martial arts. The AO sword tactics is very overbearing. The beginning is all about killing, but in the middle part, it all becomes the power of protection. The strongest power protects everything, slays demons, and wins every battle. This is the true meaning of the AO sword tactics." Leah giggled. "Master, Leah understands." In fact, the elder of Tiannan's cultivation of the AO sword tactics went astray because he didn't understand the true meaning of the AO sword tactics, right? "Shoo, don't speak so loudly, or Senior will regret it to death." "Oh, Leah understands." In the evening, he brought Rhea to the canteen. The moment he entered, the 2 disciples bowed respectfully. "Exalted Immortal, your meal is ready." Lin Muyu was surprised that there seemed to be more dishes on the table not far away. Ever since the battle at the mountain gate, the disciples' attitude towards Lin Muyu had changed a lot, and they were especially respectful towards her. Perhaps the bright sword forest was the same as the human world, where the strong were respected. Only when you were strong enough would you be respected by others. Although this kind of respect was somewhat unsatisfactory, it was much better than being mocked and ridiculed by the other disciples. Lin Muyu nodded happily and brought Leah to eat. When Lin Muyu sat down, Ru Yen and Shi Han also came and sat on both sides of her. Ru Yen looked a little uneasy and whispered, "Exalted Immortal, please don't worry about what happened not long ago. It was us brothers and sisters who were too narrow-minded. It's okay, I've already forgotten." "Why do you need to take it to heart?" Lin Muyu took a bun and said, "The Hunter Alliance may come again at any time. At that time, I'm afraid we'll have to fight side by side. We're on the same side, so there's no need to take it to heart. Thank you for your magnanimity, Exalted Immortal." Ru Yen smiled and secretly took something wrapped in oil paper from a disciple at the side. After opening it, there was a burst of fragrance. It was a roasted chicken. She smiled and said, "Exalted Immortal, the mountain gate of the bright sword forest is cold, and they only have vegetarian food. Senior brother and I asked someone to buy this from the Snake Scale Valley to improve your diet. Try it." Lin Muyu was stunned. "Is there a rule in the bright sword forest that we can't eat meat?" "Yes, but there's no written rule that we can't eat meat. It's just that everyone abides by the rules." "Then let's eat together. Just give me a chicken wing." As she spoke, Lin Muyu plucked off a chicken leg and placed it on Leah's plate, which made the little girl overjoyed. The resources in the Eternal Sword domain were scarce, and eating meat was already an extravagant hope, let alone a treasure like roasted chicken. After the meal, everyone returned to their rooms, and Lin Muyu continued to meditate and cultivate. After an unknown amount of time, her spiritual perception suddenly jumped. Immediately after, an image flashed in her mind, and she seemed to see a person. A man dressed in black with a mask on his face said to Lin Muyu in a low voice, "What, you don't dare to come?" Lin Muyu's spiritual perception jumped again. There was indeed someone invading her EC. The Eternal Sword Domain was indeed a place with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There was actually such an expert. Almost without thinking, Lin Muyu disappeared from where she was. She had already shattered the void and was 10 miles away. Woo woo woo, a cold wind blew. Although this place was still part of the Snake Scale Valley, it was now a desolate mountain range. Right in front of Lin Muyu, a person holding a black sword stopped in the air. It was the person that her spiritual perception had sensed. He had a burly figure and wore a mask. He smiled and said, "You're the Lin Muyu who killed Sun Xingniao with one strike in the Bright Sword Forest." "Yes, who are you?" Lin Muyu was fearless. "Ha ha ha." The person threw his head back and laughed wildly. He said, "Who I am is not important. What's important is whether you're willing to accept my challenge." "Challenge?" Lin Muyu could not help but laugh. She said, "You want to use my name to climb up? I'm afraid you found the wrong person. Since you want to use me to climb up, why don't you tell me your name?" "What a joke. I didn't come to challenge you for fame. I just want to defeat you." As he spoke, he slowly unsheathed his long sword. It was a treasured sword with a blade that was as sharp as the moon. The moment the blade was unsheathed, its sharp light turned into many fine wind blades that swept out in all directions. Wherever the wind blades passed, rocks shattered and trees snapped. This person was not an ordinary expert. Even an expert like Sun Xingniao could not be compared to him. Lin Muyu could not help but frown. What kind of power is this? The Eternal Sword Domain, the supreme realm of sword intent. Of course, I named it myself. I've sealed this power for 50 years and have not used it. Now that I've met an expert like you, it's finally worth me using it for real." He smiled proudly. "Why? Are you afraid?" Lin Muyu smiled. "Interesting. It seems that you're the person I've been looking for." "What do you mean?" "I came to the Eternal Sword Domain to find the power of the Eternal Sword Domain. Isn't your power exactly what I'm looking for?" "Ha ha ha, let's fight." Without another word, the black long sword was raised and the sword will was unleashed. Before the blade even landed, the ground had already begun to crack. Wherever the sword will went, the mountains beneath Lin Muyu crumbled, forming a huge canyon. Just as Ria had said, the sword will of this person before her had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. He was a strong opponent. This was the strongest person Lin Muyu had met after becoming a titled martial god. Buzz! He raised his finger and activated the proud sword technique. A ray of golden light shot up into the sky. It was also a sword intent, but the proud sword technique seemed more calm. It collided with the opponent's long sword. Bang! There was a strong wind, and both of them retreated dozens of meters. The first confrontation was considered a draw. Clang! The Xianyuan sword was unsheathed. Lin Muyu held the sword and lowered her arm. The blade also hung low, but the awe-inspiring sword intent had already raged around her. In the blink of an eye, it was as if thousands of golden Xianyuan swords were dancing around Lin Muyu. Her opponent was not afraid either. He raised his black sword straight, and the surrounding black sword intent surged like a tornado. When experts fought, there were no more moves. There was only the collision and suppression of sword intent. Swoosh, 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 between heaven and earth, streams of sword chi raged. Both Lin Muyu and her opponent were surrounded by a huge sphere. The sword chi rampaged, and wisps of sword intent power collided and exploded in the middle. The earth shook and the mountains shook. The impact seemed to destroy heaven and earth. In the strong wind, Lin Muyu's short hair danced. She looked at her opponent with clear eyes. She activated the power of holy martial arts and the proud sword technique, and constantly launched a series of attacks to attack her opponent. Her opponent did not give in at all. He released the power of the eternal sword realm. Streams of black sword intent raged everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the air was filled with the sharp sound of the collision of sword intent. The surrounding heaven and earth also lost color because of the battle between the two. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Lin Muyu's attacks were like continuous waves, wave after wave. However, her opponent's skills were extremely profound. The sword intent seemed to be endless, which made Lin Muyu feel a little weak. This person was extremely strong. Under the double attack of the power of holy martial arts and the proud sword technique, he did not show any signs of defeat. After attacking for an unknown period of time, the other party suddenly withdrew his aura and said, "Enough." "What, you don't want to fight?" Lin Muyu stopped using the proud sword technique and asked in surprise. Her opponent's expression couldn't be seen clearly under the mask, but he was obviously smiling. "This is the eternal sword realm. My sword intent originates from under this blue wave's great land. You are a genius. I don't want you to die here. So, you continue to cultivate. I will come to find you again until the day you can defeat me. Then, what is your purpose in challenging me?" Lin Muyu asked. "To become stronger." He smiled and said, "I have already seen your flaw. Although your eternal sword realm is strong, its weakness is also very obvious. That is, you are benevolent. You are not willing to kill with every move. Your benevolence will become your biggest weakness. Next time, you may not be so lucky. Remember, once you reveal a flaw, I will kill you without mercy." Lin Muyu smiled. "I will continue to show mercy because you can't beat me. You can't kill me, but I don't want to kill you." Her opponent didn't speak, but the black sword intent lingering around his arm became more and more intense. "What, are you angry?" Lin Muyu asked. Her opponent still didn't speak. He just quietly withdrew from the battlefield and disappeared. Boom! The ground exploded, and a wave of power crashed into the ground from where he was standing. Sure enough, she was angry. Chapter 12:30. Lin Muyu looked at the gradually disappearing figure of her opponent from afar with a calm gaze. She lowered her head and looked at her palms. Wisps of steam were rising from them. The battle just now had been so intense that she had forgotten about the pain. This person's eternal sword realm was not just ordinarily powerful. It was even more powerful than the AO sword technique. However, if they were to really fight, even if Lin Muyu did not have the confidence to win, she was at least confident that she would not lose. At this moment, a ray of blue light bloomed behind her. Someone had come. His aura was calm and composed. It was Elder Tian Nan. "Senior, you're here." Lin Muyu smiled. Elder Tian Nan's gaze swept across the ground. Looking at the mess left by the battle, he frowned and said, "Such profound power is enough to destroy the world. Young hero, who did you fight with just now?" "A man in black with a mask. He said that the martial arts he used was the eternal sword realm. It was very overbearing and fierce. Does Senior know of such a person?" "There is one." Elder Tian Nan took a deep look at the north and said, "The Lord of the City of Dawn, Meng Taifeng, is also recognized as the strongest in the eternal sword realm. Meng Taifeng spent more than half of the past 100 years cultivating in seclusion. No one knew what he was cultivating. It seems that he was cultivating the power of the eternal sword realm that you are pursuing." "No." Lin Muyu shook her head. "The power of the eternal sword realm that I am pursuing is definitely not his eternal sword realm." "Oh." Elder Tian Nan was stunned. "What do you mean?" Lin Muyu smiled indifferently. "Senior, the eternal sword realm is overbearing and fierce. When attacking, there is no room for leeway. This is definitely not the true way of the king. On the contrary, the AO sword technique is both offensive and defensive. It has the imposing manner of a king. Therefore, I believe that the power that I am pursuing is the AO sword technique, not the eternal sword realm. Elder Tian Nan smiled. So, young hero has already broken through the first level of the AO sword technique. Otherwise, it would be difficult to comprehend it. I congratulate you. I should be the one thanking you, senior. Lin Muyu cupped her fists and said, my AO sword technique is still very immature, and I also want to spar with this Meng Taifeng again, so I need to continue to stay in the Bright Sword Forest and disturb you. I hope you don't mind. It's an honor for a martial god to stay in my Bright Sword Forest to cultivate. Don't stand on ceremony. Yes. At this moment, two more figures appeared behind him. It was Ria and Zhang Wei. Master, Master. Leah rushed forward and grabbed Lin Muyu's hand. She asked worriedly, Master, are you alright? Don't worry, Leah. Who is Master fighting with here? Ria looked at the man-made canyon below and could not help but feel a chill in her heart. Lin Muyu said, Meng Taifeng. The guard was shocked. The martial god has already fought with Meng Taifeng? Yes. What's the outcome? This was the thing that the guard was most concerned about. After all, he had betrayed the Hunters' Alliance and was destined to be hunted. If Lin Muyu defeated Meng Taifeng, it meant that she could also defeat Luo Xingji. In this case, he would be in a safe situation. Lin Muyu nodded and said, currently, it can only be a draw. However, if I am given more time to cultivate, I believe I can win. The guard was overjoyed. That's great. Ria said, Master, your aura is weak. Let's go back to the Bright Sword Forest and have a good rest. Yes. Lin Muyu nodded. Just as Ria had said, when she used the proud sword arts to fight with Meng Taifeng, she had entered a state of selflessness when fighting with an expert. She had even forgotten that she had consumed more than half of her strength. If Lin Muyu was like this, Meng Taifeng would not be any better. The elder of Tian Nan was silent. He was surprised that the martial god Lin Muyu's cultivation was vaguely above Meng Taifeng's. However, he was relieved that Lin Muyu did not have the intention to fight for hegemony. If Lin Muyu really wanted to fight for hegemony in the Eternal Sword domain, this originally peaceful continent would soon be plunged into a bloody battle to the death. Everyone returned to the Bright Sword Forest and cultivated on their own. August 15th, Eastern Heaven Realm. On a barren spirit mountain, starlight shone. Spirit mountains were not like the mortal world. They were the condensation of power and core. Every beam of starlight was a seed, and the germination of these seeds also reflected the prosperity and decline of a plane. Rustle, rustle, Choo-Choo walked on the desolate mountain path. With every step he took, a layer of green ripples appeared under his feet. This was the ability of the god of recovery. Green buds began to grow in the surrounding barren grass, and everything began to recover again. Behind him, Qing Ping smiled and said, Chu is indeed powerful. With you around, the speed of the Eastern Heaven Realm's low recovery will far surpass that of the other three great heaven realms. This is really great. Chu said respectfully, Lord Qing Ping is too kind. This is just my meager power as the god of recovery. You are too modest. Qing Ping shrugged, dusted the shawl behind her, and said with a smile, Chu, I heard that you watched Xiao Yin and Xiao Shi grow up. Yes, I guess so. Tell me quickly, how did Xiao Yin, Xiao Shi, and you know each other? These three little guys have now become the rulers of a region. I really want to know about their past. In the past. Chu bent down and caressed a withered flower. Under his palm, the flower slowly regained its color. He said with a smile, at that time, you was still a complete rookie. He even got into trouble and offended a local tyrant city lord. Later on, Her Royal Highness Xiao Yin and Xiao Shi joined forces to protect him. After that, you stayed in the temple to cultivate, and I occasionally taught him one or two moves. At that time, I only felt that you was as close to me as my own grandson, and I also felt that he was a promising talent. But I really didn't expect that you would grow to such an extent. The only martial god in the world, the strongest war god, who would have thought? Yes, who would have thought? Qing Ping smiled softly and said, I also didn't expect the Eastern Heaven Realm to fall to such a state. Yes, the high and mighty gods have now become the target of the demon realm's hunt. How ironic. Chu Chu raised his head and looked at the distant stars, but suddenly seemed to sense something. He couldn't help but frown and said, Lady Qing Ping, can you see anything in the universe? Is there? Qing Ping also looked, but how could she see it with her mortal eyes? Chu Chu, on the other hand, felt it clearly. A thick barrier was slowly condensing between heaven and earth, and behind the barrier appeared countless dense auras. It was the evil aura of the people of the demon realm, but he couldn't see it. It seemed that it was blocked by the barrier. This demonic aura could be hidden from the eyes of others, but it couldn't be hidden from the eyes of Chu Chu. As the god of revival, he was far more sensitive to the aura of all living things than Xiao and the others, who were second-class superior gods. Things are not good, the demon realm is going to invade. Chu Chu stood up and said, Lady Qing Ping, let's hurry back and inform Xiao Fairy. Prepare as soon as possible, otherwise I'm afraid the Eastern Heaven Realm will not be able to defend. Qing Ping said in astonishment, Chu, what's going on? The army of the demon realm has attacked many times before, but you weren't so nervous. Why are you so nervous this time? It's different this time. Chu Chu gritted his teeth and said, I sense the aura of the Holy Emperor, and there is a kind of world-destroying power surging. It's the God-destroying tower. Zi Yan has come in person. Ah. Quick, go quickly, inform Xiao. Okay. Chu Chu took the lead and flew away. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a ray of light that swept across the sky and entered the Hall of Great Accomplishment in the Eastern Heaven Realm. Xiao seemed to have also sensed something, but it was a little blurry. When she saw Chu Chu flying in, she couldn't help but ask, Chu, what's wrong? The demon realm is about to invade. Zi Yan has come with the God-destroying tower, the Holy King, and countless experts of the demon general level. Fairy Xiao, please make a decision as soon as possible. Oh my god, Xiao was well aware of Chu Chu's ability to sense things and said without hesitation, I will inform the Demon Emperor and the Western Divine Realm now. If necessary, let them reinforce. Otherwise, the Eastern Heaven Realm will definitely not be able to defend. Yes. Xiao still did not move. Her telekinesis had already passed through the 10,000 layers of space and headed to the Northern Heaven Realm. After informing the 7 luminaries Demon Emperor of everything, the Demon Emperor immediately said that he would return to the East Heaven with the small mirror. Then, Xiao informed the people of the Western Divine Realm that once the Eastern Heaven Realm faced the danger of extinction, the Western Divine Realm would definitely reinforce. Alright, assign the orders. Xiao sat on the throne of the Eastern Heaven Realm and said, Sun Feng, Qing Ping, Chu Chu, Han Zi, each lead a team to guard the 4 sides of the Eastern Heaven Realm. Once the people of the Demon Realm invade, immediately fight back. We must not let them enter the Hall of Great Accomplishment easily. Yes. In the sky, there was a faint sound of thunder. Behind the transparent barrier, the demon chi surged, but no one could see it at all. They could only feel the pressure of death growing stronger. God, please bless us, Xiao murmured. But was praying really useful? If it was, there probably wouldn't be a heaven's tribulation. One by one, everyone stood on top of the spirit mountains, preparing to face the enemy. In the sky, the rumbling of thunder resounded. Suddenly, a purple light pierced through the barrier. A petite figure carrying a battle axe descended from the sky. The axe head emitted a light that soared to the sky, looking like she was going to split the entire Hall of Great Accomplishment in one strike. Wishful thinking. Xiao shouted, her figure suddenly became bigger, condensing her aura into the image of impartial goddess in the sky above the Hall of Great Accomplishment. She raised her palm, and a bright light burst out. Pang! Under the heavy blow, Baifeng Holy King was knocked back along with his battle axe. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but he couldn't help but reveal an evil smile. Impartial goddess Xiao, you're good. However, even if you can block my attack, can you block the army of the devil world? Children, attack, destroy these gods. Behind him, countless devil luos surged in from the huge crack in the barrier. They were so densely packed that they looked like black clouds crushing over. Sun Feng held his weapon and looked up at the sky, muttering, "That brat Yu isn't here, and without the power of the Holy Marshal, we're all mortals. What should we do? This is getting serious." Chapter 12:31. Formation, face the enemy. Qing Ping shouted. The army of mortals could only rely on long-range weapons, which were the bows and crossbows of the Eastern Heaven realm. Although these bows and crossbows were very lethal, and once they hit a vital point, it was enough to kill the devil luo, but, after all, their power was limited, and they were unable to resist the devil luo army that filled the sky. Chu Chu stood majestically on the top of the mountain, looking at the densely packed Mara in the sky. He took a deep breath, raised his sleeves, and with a shout, the ground seemed to be covered with a layer of mist. This was the power of life. In an instant, the air was filled with vines, thorns, and so on, entangling Mara and slamming them to the ground. However, they could only entangle them, not kill them. After all, the attack power of the god of revival was still quite limited. Ocean wave. On the other side, sea god Hanzi held a spear in his hand. After a low roar, waves swept through the air, engulfing a group of Mara. This was a real attack, suffocating Mara to death. It could be considered a real and effective attack. However, it seemed to be far from enough. There were too many Mara falling from the sky. Buzz! A giant axe fell on a spirit mountain not far away. Suddenly, the mountain top was split open, and Sun Feng and the others were blown away by the powerful demonic flames. It was unknown whether Sun Feng was alive or dead, but it was certain that many crippled gods had been chopped into a pile of meat paste. In the clouds, a huge arm of light grabbed the giant axe and slowly descended. Another Holy King, Hellfire Holy King, one of the controllers of power in the demon realm. With just a swing of the axe, Sun Feng's team was scattered. Swish! Xiao floated to the bottom of the Hall of Great Accomplishment. The northern heavenly wheel in her hand pointed straight in the direction of the northern heaven realm, paving a fast passage. She gently raised the long sword in her hand, turning it into invisible sword chi that continuously bombarded the group of Mara in the sky. For a moment, the sky was filled with blood rain. The power of Xiao, a superior god, was after all not to be underestimated. It was so much so that even the Holy King Baifeng and the others avoided her and didn't dare to fight Xiao head-on. However, at this moment, a huge blood-red palm descended from the sky amidst the rolling dark clouds. It was like an attack from a giant god, falling straight towards Xiao's head. Bang, bang, bang! Under the enormous pressure, the glazed tiles of the Hall of Great Accomplishment shattered, whereas Xiao gritted her teeth and stood there majestically. All the divine energy in her body condensed on her shoulders to resist the pressure of the enormous palm. Boom boom boom, in the sky, the sounds of explosions from the collision of the two divine powers rang out incessantly. Xiao raised his head to look at the clouds. There, a pair of eyes was also looking at him. It was a pair of eyes filled with hatred and resentment. Boom! A loud sound rang out. In the end, Xiao's strength was still unable to contend against the opponents. She was forced to kneel on the dragon bones of the Hall of Great Accomplishment, coughing up a mouthful of blood. She was already seriously injured. In the sky, the giant palm also slowly retracted. A figure descended from the sky. The surrounding Mara all knelt down, giving off the feeling of a monarch descending upon the world. The person who came was none other than Ziyan. The god-slaying tower in his hand was glowing with a faint golden light. After so many days, the god-slaying tower was becoming more and more perfect. "You must be impartial goddess Xiao?" he asked. "Yes, so what?" Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, raised her hand to grab her sword and fearlessly looked up at Ziyan. Nothing much, I just feel that, a greater god of the Mahayana realm shouldn't be like this. Ahaha, it's like a joke. You all claim to be just, but in the end, you, impartial goddess, are nothing more than an ant in my eyes. What right do you have to represent justice? From what I see, only I, Ziyan, can represent justice. From now on, call me impartial Prince Charming, Ziyan. Ahaha. He laughed loudly. The group of Mara all respectfully greeted, we greet impartial Prince Charming. Ziyan's laughter became even more arrogant. Xiao gritted her teeth, the sword in her hand suddenly turned into a cold light and shot out, turning into a dark green dragon in the air, attacking the opponent with overwhelming power. But Ziyan didn't move at all, waiting for her attack. The dragon's power kept hitting the god-slaying tower's shield, but in the end, it couldn't hurt Ziyan at all. Clang! Xiao's sword bounced off the edge of the god-slaying tower, falling into the endless darkness. Ziyan laughed loudly, the god-slaying tower in his hand glowed, saying, Xiao, you laughable Xiao, you think you can kill me? Do you know what I've been doing for the past half a month? Ah! I've been cultivating the god-slaying tower. The current god-slaying tower's degree of perfection is unprecedented. I can continuously use the god-slaying tower's destructive attack 10 times. You laughable Mahayana realm gods are nothing but cannon fodder under the god-slaying tower, what else do you think you can do? You're spouting nonsense. Xiao's shoulders trembled. You don't believe me? Ziyan suddenly raised his arm, instantly a vast purple devil flame light shot out from the god-slaying tower. The light expanded and enveloped a person in the air not far away, it was sea god Hanzi. Ah! Hanzi cried out in pain, he couldn't withstand the might of the god-slaying tower, his body quickly disintegrated into dust, even his god deity was instantly absorbed by the god-slaying tower. Phew! Ziyan opened his mouth and sucked the essence of Hanzi's god deity into his mouth, he smiled and said, the power of a god is actually so delicious, this is great. This is great, sea god Hanzi. Xiao stood there in a daze, a powerful sea god couldn't even withstand one attack from the god-slaying tower. Did you see that? Ha 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 ha. Ziyan laughed insolently, the god-slaying tower suddenly pointed towards Chu Chu not far away, he shouted, old fellow, it's your turn. Hong! The god-slaying tower once again spun rapidly, a beam of powerful demon realm energy shot out, directly locking onto Chu Chu. Chu! Be careful. Qing Ping was frightened to the point that her face turned pale. Chu Chu raised his sleeves, squinting his eyes as he looked at the beam of light approaching. With a hung sound, the god-slaying tower's light penetrated through Chu Chu's body, but it only scattered a few falling leaves, the surrounding green quickly gathered to form Chu Chu's body. What a good god of recovery. Ziyan raised his eyebrows and smiled, forget it. I can't waste the god-slaying tower's power on an old thing like you. With your cultivation, you can't do anything to me, so what if I spare your life? Chu Chu was speechless, Ziyan was right, Ziyan had used the god-slaying tower to kill 2 holy emperor, absorbing their cultivation, and now he had also devoured sea god Hanzi's cultivation. The current Ziyan could already be said to be the strongest person in the world, and Chu Chu's law power was heading towards recovery, his attack power was even weaker than some attack law lower gods, Ziyan who had the protection of the god-slaying tower was not someone he could threaten. It's your turn, impartial goddess. Ziyan smiled and raised the god-slaying tower, saying, accept the judgment of impartial Prince Charming. Weng. The god-slaying tower spun rapidly, starting to accumulate and reflect the entire demon realm's power. Almost everyone's gaze fell on Xiao, she was a Mahayana heavenly Tao upper god, if even Xiao was killed, then who could fight against Ziyan who had the god-slaying tower? Come! Xiao did not plan to escape, nor could she escape. Even Lin Muyu, the martial god, could not escape the god-slaying tower's lock, it would be even more difficult for her to escape. Hong! a powerful beam of light suddenly descended. Xiao's shoulders trembled, tears flowed out of her eyes. Demon Emperor, goodbye. You, Shao Yin, Shao Shi, goodbye. However, just when everyone thought that Xiao was dead for sure, a figure suddenly appeared above her head. That figure was so majestic, like a mountain blocking all damage for Xiao. The winter god's treasured mirror in his hand glowed even brighter, facing the god-slaying tower's light, a beam of ice light attack. Pang! The two powerful forces cancelled each other out in the air. Ha ha ha, the small mirror is still useful. The 7 luminaries Demon Emperor laughed maniacally. Ziyan, you be *starred, continue, let me see how powerful this god-slaying tower of yours is. Xiao's face was full of tears. Demon Emperor, darling, go away first. Demon Emperor said. Okay. Xiao floated away, and it became a confrontation between the 7 luminaries Demon Emperor and Ziyan. Is it the winter god's treasured mirror? Ziyan smiled faintly. 7 luminaries Demon Emperor, do you think a mere winter god's treasured mirror can withstand the power of the god-slaying tower? How do you know if you don't try? Then come. Ziyan roared, and the god-slaying tower launched the 4th attack. Hong! The two artifacts collided again. The 7 luminaries Demon Emperor's eyes burned. Come again if you have the guts, don't be discouraged after 2 or 3 attacks. Damn it! Ziyan roared angrily. He was angered by the 7 luminaries Demon Emperor. He used all his strength to activate the god-slaying tower, and this was a continuous 5 attacks. Peng peng peng, densely packed collision sounds came from the winter god's treasured mirror. Not far away, Xiao shouted, the god-slaying tower can only attack 10 times in a short period of time, there is only one left. Ha ha ha. The 7 luminaries Demon Emperor laughed very brightly. Come again, this is your last chance, if you can't kill me, I will twist your head off and use it as a urinal. Ziyan gritted his teeth, you are courting death. God-slaying tower, final attack. Hong. This time, it was blocked by the winter god's treasured mirror again. However, from the 7 luminaries Demon Emperor's point of view, there were already countless cracks on the back of the winter god's treasured mirror, and with a "pa" sound, the entire mirror was about to collapse. Damn, the small mirror is about to shatter. Oh my god, luckily it's not mine. He secretly rejoiced, but both his legs gathered godly power, and with a roar, he kicked the air. 7 luminaries stars transformation. Beams of starlight shot towards the sky. Ziyan couldn't block it for a moment, and he quickly retreated, but the pitiful Mara was blasted into pieces. Retreat! Retreat! In the sky, there were shouts of retreat from the demon world army. They could only retreat, because on the surface, Ziyan had already lost, but they didn't know that the 7 luminaries Demon Emperor's winter god's treasured mirror was destroyed, and the god-slaying tower could be used again after accumulating enough power. After watching Mara's army disappear, the 7 luminaries Demon Emperor's treasured mirror in the hands of the 7 luminaries Demon Emperor turned into pieces. Demon Emperor, this. Xiao was shocked. How are we going to explain this to Dong Ming? It was clearly a borrowed winter god's treasured mirror, but it has already been destroyed by us. The 7 luminaries Demon Emperor's gaze was deep, and he took a deep breath. Xiao, the mirror you used to dress yourself in the back hall of the Great Accomplishment Hall, do you think it looks like the winter god's treasured mirror, if the mirror was painted with that kind of pattern? Xiao, Northern Heaven Realm, Black Rock City. Peng. Dong Ming smashed the table with a palm. I have never seen such a shameless person. Chapter 1232. In August, the weather became incomparably hot. All of Byugu Mountain seemed to have turned into charcoal. The plants on the mountain were constantly evaporating from the heat, and even the branches were beginning to droop. Byugu Mountain was the place where Cangnan Gong Su Jiantao had died in battle. Now, countless craftsmen were moving wood up the mountain. A long time ago, Qin Yin had ordered the construction of an ancestral hall for Su Jiantao on Byugu Mountain. Now that the money had finally arrived, construction could begin. On the mountain peak, Lin Sun, Zhang Wei, Guan Xing, and the others were wearing robes and armor. They were herding their horses on a flat grassland. Further away, a person was sitting on a giant rock. It was Feng Jixing, who was cultivating the martial god technique. Damn, the weather is so hot that I'm dying. Zhang Wei took off his armor as he said, it's such a hot day, yet the commander is sitting so high up to cultivate. Isn't he afraid that the hot rocks will burn his buttocks? Lin Sun couldn't help but laugh. Do you think the commander is you? The commander's cultivation is so much stronger than yours and mine. This temperature is nothing to him. Luo Yu frowned. Have you realized that ever since the commander started cultivating on the mountain yesterday, the temperature on Bugum Mountain has increased significantly? Today, it's almost impossible to stay here. Zhang Wei was taken aback. You mean, it was the commander who turned Bugum Mountain into a furnace? I'm just saying that it's possible. Everyone looked at Feng Jixing in the distance. They saw him sitting there like a stone statue, not moving at all. His brows were slightly furrowed, but there seemed to be something strange around him. That's right, there was something strange. The wind began to blow. Although it was only a gentle breeze, it made everyone feel a boundless coldness and violence. In the blink of an eye, the wind became stronger and stronger, causing many branches on Mount Bugu to snap. Even a royal flag nearby had been snapped. Everyone's faces paled, and Luo Yu shouted, everyone, hide behind the rocks to avoid the strong winds. Quick! The craftsmen all dodged. Zhang Wei and the rest, on the other hand, circulated their dou qi to resist this gust of wind. All of them were still looking at Feng Jixing. Everyone knew that this kind of change in heaven and earth was definitely caused by someone, and the person who could cause this kind of change in the laws of wind was probably only him. Sure enough, an invisible force pulled Feng Jixing's body into the air. Beams of golden light condensed into a huge image of a deity. It was a Dharma body. About half a minute later, the Dharma body descended from the sky and entered Feng Jixing's body. Thunder rumbled in the air as the heavenly melody scroll slowly unfurled. Goddess Nua's Dharma body appeared. She looked at Feng Jixing with a gentle gaze. Feng Jixing, you are upright, courageous, and decisive. Now that you have gained the approval of the heavenly melody scroll, you will be granted a second-tier superior god Dharma body. You will be given the title, God of Wind. You will wield the heavenly Tao of wind and be granted the ability to control the wind. May you uphold the heavenly Tao and continue to fight for the world. Feng Jixing's body was enshrouded in bright golden divine light. He slowly knelt on one knee in the air and said respectfully, thank you, Goddess Nua. Feng Jixing will never bring shame to the heavenly Tao of Mahayana. Nua smiled from ear to ear. Her Dharma body slowly dispersed. Feng Jixing jumped down from the clouds. The two sabers at his waist clanked against each other. Luo Yu, Zhang Wei, Guan Xing, and Lin Sun quickly knelt down. They cupped their fists and said, greetings, Commander, greetings, righteous God. Feng Jixing nodded happily. No need to stand on ceremony. Since this is the case, I'll be leaving too. Zhang Wei was stunned. Commander, you're leaving just like that? Yes, we don't know what's happening in the heaven realm. Above the shattered cauldron realm is the heaven realm. If the heaven realm is damaged, all of us will be damaged. Moreover, you, Her Highness Yin, and Princess She might need my meager strength. Then, what about the shattered cauldron realm? What about the celestial pole continent? Commander, once you leave, what about these 21 provinces? Guo Huaili has already sent people from the Congress to take over the government affairs of the celestial pole continent. Rest assured. You just need to restrain the troops under you. Feng Jixing nodded. I'll inform Guo Huaili and let him manage this land carefully. If he oversteps his boundaries, I can descend to take his head at any time. Then we can rest assured. Lin Sun smiled cheerfully. Feng Jixing nodded. Then let's do it this way. The four of you will be in charge of the various armies of the celestial pole continent. You must obey my orders. Otherwise, I will descend to teach you a lesson. Yes, Commander. The four of them laughed. Then, I should be leaving too. Feng Jixing raised his head and looked at the sky. Suddenly, with a whistling sound, his body turned into a tempest and soared into the sky. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and the tempest broke through the golden heavenly gate. Feng Jixing's body turned into rays of light and entered the heavenly gate. Thunder roared and lightning flashed. Strong gales blew, and the world was in a state of turbulence. This lasted for close to 2 minutes before it stopped. After it stopped, it immediately became calm again. The power of gods was always so hard for mortals to reach. Zhang Wei looked at the sky and licked his lips. I wonder if I, old Zhang, will also be able to ascend to become a righteous god one day and live for 10,000 years, then how worthless would righteous gods become? Luo Yu teased. Old Luo, you brat. Zhang Wei's palm landed on Luo Yu's shoulder, causing him to break out in cold sweat. I, old Zhang, am at least stronger than you. Luo Yu grinned. Brute, let's go. Let's go down the mountain and return to our respective territories to take charge of the military affairs. We need to stabilize the military affairs of the various provinces before the news of Commander's ascension spreads. Amen. In the eastern heaven realm, a muffled thunder sounded in the sky above the Hall of Great Accomplishment. It was as if a hole had exploded in the sky. Following that, a storm began to swirl around as the power of the Mahayana heavenly path surged over. Ziyao stood in the main hall, the corner of her mouth curled into a beautiful arc. She said, "Our Mahayana heavenly path wind god is here." On the side, Qin Yin and Tang Xiaoxi smiled knowingly. It was very rare that Feng Jixing could actually comprehend the Mahayana heavenly path so quickly in this day and age where it was hard to find a Mahayana heavenly path god. His talent was indeed not to be underestimated. The 7 luminaries Demon Emperor had gone to the northern heaven realm to return the remains of the winter god's treasured mirror and would not be back for a while. As compensation, he had to help the northern heaven realm resist Mara's army for a while. Therefore, the eastern heaven realm was now under the control of Ziyao, Qin Yin, and Tang Xiaoxi. Swoosh! A bolt of lightning condensed into a human figure in the sky, surrounded by raging winds. It was the figure of Feng Jixing. Even the armor he was wearing was the armor of the Qin Empire's marshal. Brother Feng, you're here. Qin Yin had already changed the way she addressed him. After all, this was the heaven realm, and Qin Yin would be Lin Muyu's wife in the future. Therefore, it was natural for her to change the way she addressed him. Feng Jixing turned around and landed on the glazed tiles of the Hall of Great Accomplishment. He knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Feng Jixing pays his respects to Your Highness Yin and Princess Shi. There's no need to stand on ceremony." Qin Yin smiled and said, "This is the God realm, no longer the shattered cauldron world. Our original identities are no longer the same. Brother Feng, you can just call me Shao Yin. You don't have to call me Your Highness anymore." This. Feng Jixing hesitated for a few seconds and stammered, "Shao Yin. Sigh, forget it. I'll just call you Your Highness Yin. Your Highness can call me whatever you want. Anyway, I, Feng Jixing, can't change the way I address you." Tang Xiaoxi giggled, "Shao Yin, let him be. Brother Feng has always been like this." At the side, Ziyao said, "Feng Jixing, since you've been conferred the title of Wind God, I wonder what the Mahayana heavenly god power that you've mastered looks like. Can you demonstrate it to me so that I can confirm what kind of position in the god realm I'll give you?" Feng Jixing was stunned. "Why? Do I need to demonstrate my talent for the position in the god realm?" "Of course. It's the same everywhere. Those who are suitable for offense will be the commander, and those who are suitable for defense and support will be in another position. What about you? What's your ability?" Ziyao's eyes lit up. Obviously, she wanted to know how capable Feng Jixing, the wind god, was. Feng Jixing nodded and smiled. "Actually, I don't know how strong my ability is now. However, if Fairy Ziyao wants to see it, let's see it together." Qin Yin and Tang Xiaoxi also watched from the side with anticipation. Besides, Chu Chu, Sun Feng, Qing Ping, and the others also watched from afar. No one knew how capable wind god Feng Jixing was, but it would be clear soon. Swoosh! Feng Jixing stood majestically in the hall of great accomplishment. He opened his palms slightly, and wisps of white qi waves surged in his hands. They looked like compressed gusts of wind. Other than the gusts of wind, there were also small thunderbolts surging in his palms. However, no matter how one looked at it, it looked like a child's game. It was just a toy in his palms. However, at this moment, Feng Jixing suddenly let out a low roar. Instantly, a beam of light descended from the sky and tore through the clouds. On the distant spirited mountain, strong gusts of wind started to wreak havoc. The heavens and the earth turned dark. Thunderbolts fell, and the indestructible gusts of wind even tore apart the hard rocks on the spirited mountain. The gusts of wind condensed into invisible dimensional wind blades in the air. Moreover, they covered a very wide area. This was no longer a child's game. Oh my God, Xiao opened her small mouth. What a strong destructive power. It's really a gift from the heavens to the wind god of the eastern divine realm. Feng Jixing suddenly retracted his 5 fingers. Suddenly, the destructive power of the storm in the distance disappeared as if it had never happened. The power of controlling the wind, how mysterious. Qin Yin's gaze was gentle. She smiled and said, "It seems that Brother Feng's power is purely offensive." "It's extraordinary." Tang Xiaoxi nodded. "That's right." Xiao said cheerfully, "Wind god Feng Jixing, I confer you the title of one of the Eastern Divine Realms marshals. Are you willing to do so? Although, we don't have many god-rank soldiers right now." Feng Jixing smiled. "Of course I'm willing. I'll follow Fairy Xiao's instructions." Although he had already obtained great power, Feng Jixing still maintained the humility and caution he had when he was in the mortal realm. He cupped his hands and said to Chu Chu, who was in another hall not far away, "Chu, it's been a long time." Chu Chu twirled his beard and smiled. "General Feng, it's been a long time too." Qin Yin suddenly smiled. Tang Xiaoxi tilted her head and asked with a smile, "Xiao Yin, what are you smiling about?" Qin Yin's voice was gentle. "We're only left with you and Sister Chu Yao. Previously, we said that our family would reunite in the God realm. It seems that it's going to happen soon. I just don't know when you will come back." "That's right. That guy, he's still not coming back." "Where did you go?" Feng Jixing was stunned. "The Eternal Sword Domain. It said that he went to search for the strongest power." "Wow." Feng Jixing took a deep breath. "I wonder how strong he will be when he comes back." Chapter 1233. Eternal Sword Domain, late at night. Lightning flashed again 5 kilometers away from the back mountain of the Bright Sword Forest. This time, it was another match between 2 peerless experts. However, there were many more spectators this time. Elder Tian Nan, Ria, Chang Wei, Shi Han, Ru Yan, and the others were all there. They stood quietly on a hill far away from the dense forest, watching the sword Qi and the domain collide in the distant sky. Sword Domain, as the name suggested, was a domain of the sword. Almost every sword domain was formed by countless sword Qi and sword intent. The power of the sword Dao determined the strength of the sword domain. At this moment, the 2 of them were about to be evenly matched. Boom! Lin Muyu raised her palm toward the sky. The moment it suddenly fell, it also brought with it a majestic sword Qi. It was as if it had cut the sky open. The power of the sword domain crushed down, and the surrounding forest collapsed. Even the ground sank a little. Arg, not far away, Meng Taifeng was in the eternal sword domain. He put his palms together and stood there like a god. He activated the power of the eternal sword domain to resist Lin Muyu's mighty attack. For a moment, it was as if thousands of sharp swords were dancing around him. In the blink of an eye, they condensed into a huge sword that faced Lin Muyu head-on. Bang, 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 lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. The moment the two huge swords collided, the smaller swords destroyed each other and exploded. The air seemed to solidify. After a full 3 seconds, the two huge swords disappeared at the same time, turning into an awe-inspiring wave of air that rippled out. Hum! Everyone was caught off guard. The huge rock under their feet crumbled in the blink of an eye. This powerful wave of air had the power to destroy heaven and earth, and it almost turned the entire forest into a barren land. Be careful. Elder Tian Nan flew forward and opened his palm, condensing a strong wall to protect Ria, Ru Yan, and the others behind him. Chang Wei was dumbfounded. My God, are these two even human? They are gods, not humans, Shi Han said. Enough. Let's stop here for today. Meng Tiefeng's face was hidden behind the mask. He cupped his fists and said, Young hero Lin, your sword realm has indeed surprised me. However, you still can't beat me. If we continue to fight like this, one of us will definitely be injured. Let's call it a day. I hope you can go back and train well. Otherwise, the next time we meet will be the day of your death. Lin Muyu whistled and said with a bright smile, Yes, Mayor Meng. Ah. Meng Taifeng was shocked. You. How did you recognize me? Lin Muyu said, In the entire Eternal Sword domain, apart from the City of Dawn's Lord, Meng Taifeng, no one else has such powerful sword domain power. City Lord Meng, although it's a draw this time, you've lasted at least 3 minutes longer than the last time. Meng Taifeng muttered, The increase in strength leads to the shortening of time. This is to be expected. Young hero, please go back and train well. Next time, I want to see you stronger. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you with my sword. Alright, farewell. Farewell. Meng Taifeng suddenly turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. Lin Muyu flew back to the crowd. She looked much calmer than Meng Taifeng. She said, Senior, what do you think of this match? Elder Tian Nan stroked his beard and smiled. I'm afraid there's no one in this world who cares more about his reputation than Meng Taifeng. He clearly lost to you in terms of strength, but he still refuses to admit it. With your progress in understanding the AO sword technique, I'm afraid it will be even harder for Meng Taifeng to deal with your attacks next time. Next time, you will definitely win. Not necessarily. Oh. Why? Lin Muyu took a deep breath and said, Meng Taifeng is also a rare genius. After I fought with him last time, I felt that I would definitely be able to defeat him next time. But this time, as you can see, I didn't really defeat him. Meng Tiefeng's cultivation has actually improved a lot in these 10 days. His strength has increased by at least 20%. It's really incredible. Elder Tian Nan smiled. Since ancient times, the strongest have always been like this. The stronger they meet, the stronger they become. It's Meng Tiefeng's luck to meet an opponent like you. Otherwise, do you think he, the Lord of the City of Dawn, would come all the way to the Bright Sword Forest to learn from you? Lin Muyu nodded. Her face revealed a faint confidence and calmness. She said, It doesn't matter. In any case, Meng Taifeng will definitely lose the next time we fight. But since he cares so much about his reputation, I can't let him lose too badly. Otherwise, he will go back and commit suicide. That wouldn't be good. What do you plan to do, young hero? I don't know either. We can only wait and see. In the wee hours of the morning, a dart was shot into the mountain gate of the Bright Sword Forest. After shattering a stone pillar, it pierced through a disciple's chest and nailed him into a huge rock with blood stains on it. An animal skin paper was tied around the dart, and the words, Letter of Challenge, were written on it. The news quickly spread throughout the Bright Sword Forest. The letter of challenge from the Hunters' Alliance had finally arrived. Bright Sword Forest's main hall. Elder Tian Nan unrolled the blood-stained scroll of his disciple. There were only a few words on it. I heard that the Bright Sword Forest has the intention to compete with our alliance. Therefore, I, Luo Xingji, will lead the alliance to attack the Bright Sword Forest in 3 days. I will present the head of the scoundrel Lin Muyu to Elder Tian Nan. Otherwise, the Bright Sword Forest will be bathed in blood. Luo Xingji pays his respects. Buzz! A wisp of raging flame spread and burned the letter of challenge. Elder Tian Nan smiled faintly. Luo Xingji, you've become more and more arrogant over the years. Now, you've become so unbridled that you no longer care about the Bright Sword Forest. Master. Shi Han said, since ancient times, we've always dealt with whatever comes our way. If the Hunters' Alliance dares to come, the Bright Sword Forest dares to fight. If we cower and advance, that's not the spirit of the Bright Sword Forest. Elder Tian Nan smiled. My disciple, do you think that the Bright Sword Forest can defeat Luo Xingji's alliance? This, you also know that they can't. Why do you have to be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot? Then. Master, what should we do? You don't have to do anything. Elder Tian Nan looked at Lin Muyu, Leah, and the others who were seated in the VIP seats. He twirled his beard and smiled. The trouble from last time was caused by young hero Lin. Naturally, we'll leave this trouble to young hero Lin. If Luo Xingji leads the alliance to attack the mountain, the disciples of the Bright Sword Forest are only allowed to watch from the sidelines and are not allowed to fight. Let young hero Lin do the fighting. Chang Wei said softly, damn, this old man is really heartless, Leah giggled. Lin Muyu stood up and cupped her fists. I'll follow senior's orders. If Luo Xingji dares to attack the mountain, I can defeat them alone. Young hero, how do you plan to defeat the Hunters' Alliance with tens of thousands of people? Since Luo Xingji wants to die, I'll send him off. Ah! Ru Yan opened her mouth in shock. Lord Martial God wants to kill Luo Xingji. Yes. If Luo Xingji dies, the Hunters' Alliance will definitely collapse. I think that Meng Tiefeng's character is much better than Luo Xingji's. This is also a good thing. Lin Muyu said with a deep gaze. The Hunters are unscrupulous in killing people for food. This is already against the natural order. Dispersing them is also a good thing for the Eternal Sword domain. Elder Tian Nan said, that's right. Dispersing the Hunters is indeed a good thing. However, does young hero Lin have the confidence to fight against 10,000 people alone? Yes. Lin Muyu smiled slightly. Senior, do you know why the AO sword technique is called the AO sword technique? The AO sword technique cultivates to be insufferably arrogant. As long as I want to, I can kill 100,000 people from the Hunters' Alliance by myself. Everyone was stunned. There were probably only 2 people in the Eternal Sword domain who had such arrogance. One was Lin Muyu, and the other was Meng Taifeng. It was just that Lin Muyu was a nobody in the Eternal Sword domain, while Meng Taifeng had long since become a grandmaster. The reason why Lin Muyu could be so arrogant was naturally related to the cultivation of the AO sword technique. Now that he had cultivated about 50% of the AO sword technique, his strength had greatly increased. He was even several times stronger than when he had first become a martial god. It would be strange if Lin Muyu was not arrogant. 3 days passed quickly. During these 3 days, Lin Muyu's cultivation of the AO sword technique had improved a lot. His cultivation was improving day by day. Even if he was sitting or sleeping, he could still cultivate the AO sword technique in his mind. During this period of time in the Bright Sword Forest, Lin Muyu had made the most progress. The 3rd day was the day of the Hunters' Alliance's attack. In the early hours of the morning, the disciples began to prepare. Although they did not participate in the battle, they were ready to fight. Lin Muyu was dressed like a Confucian scholar. He did not even bring the Xianyuan sword. He stood alone on the hilt of the huge sword-shaped stone sculpture in front of the mountain gate. He looked proudly into the distance, quietly waiting for the arrival of the Hunters' Alliance. Not long after, densely packed figures appeared in the canyon like locusts. They flew along the rocks and streams. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count them. The Hunters' Alliance was an invincible existence in the Eternal Sword domain. Everywhere they went, they were like locusts. Apart from Mengtiefeng's City of Dawn, there was almost no city that had not been looted by the Hunters' Alliance. Swoosh, 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 more and more figures landed in the rocks and forests in front of the mountain gate. They covered the entire mountain. Most of these people were at the god realm. Of course, they were all old gods. None of them had insight into the laws of the Mahayana heavenly way. Not long after, everyone knelt down and shouted, "Welcome, Alliance Leader." Luo Xingji had arrived. To Lin Muyu's surprise, Luo Xingji was an even more refined and handsome man. He was dressed in white and held a paper fan in his hand. His handsome face was filled with murderous intent. He stepped on the air and came over. His body was surrounded by flames and his face was full of a twisted smile. He said, "Are you Lin Muyu?" "That's me." Lin Muyu stepped on the air, her cloth shoes creating a ripple of sword chi. She walked towards Luo Xingji with a calm smile on her face. "Luo Xingji, didn't you want to kill me? Why aren't you doing it?" Luo Xingji remained silent, but his face was already drenched in sweat. The person in front of him was far more powerful than his subordinates had described. She was dozens of times stronger. Chapter 1234. Luo Xingji swept his gaze across the bright sword forest's mountain gate and could not help but smile. What? Does such a huge bright sword forest only rear a bunch of cowards? Do they want you to block my tens of thousands of hunters by yourself? That's right. Lin Muyu said casually and smiled. I alone am enough. How dare you? A burly man standing not far behind Luo Xingji flew up with a steel saber in hand. His face was filled with anger as he said, "Alliance leader, let me deal with this Lin Muyu first." Luo Yang said, "The Fire Thunder Guardian deity must be careful." Yes, Alliance leader. Needless to say, this burly man was also a guardian deity of the Hunters' Union, one of Luo Xingji's 7 guardian deities. The flames and lightning on the saber resonated with each other, and a snake-like glow flew around it. The surrounding aura instantly became violent, causing the fallen leaves in front of the mountain gate to roll. He brazenly slashed his saber at Lin Muyu. If the saber landed on the ground, the large boulder in front of the mountain gate would probably be split in two. As expected, none of the 7 guardian deities were vegetarians. However, Lin Muyu's calmness was beyond imagination. When the Fire Thunder Guardian deity's saber was less than 5 meters away from her head, she leisurely raised her finger. Her index and middle fingers formed a sword, and suddenly, a rainbow soared into the sky and pierced through the Fire Thunder Guardian deity's heart. Pfft! Fresh blood spurted into the air. The protective chi of the flaming Thunder Vajra was penetrated by the sword chi like cotton. His body flew backward and fell on the grass. Fresh blood spurted out for 10 meters. It was very frightening. Oh my God, the eyes of the group of hunters were filled with horror. The legendary 7 guardian deities couldn't even withstand a single round. Who was this young expert in front of them? Lin Muyu smiled faintly. Luo Xingji, why send your subordinates to their deaths? Why don't you do it yourself? Humph. Luo Xingji gently waved the paper fan in his hand and smirked. Is killing a mere Fire Thunder Guardian deity worth it for you to be so arrogant? Don't forget that I have thousands of hunters. Can you kill them all? I can give it a try. Lin Muyu smiled brilliantly. Go. Luo Xingji raised his paper fan, his handsome face twisted with anger. Attack him together. I don't believe he can withstand the attack of millions of hunters alone. Attack. Everyone drew their weapons and flew in all directions, like a swarm of locusts pouncing on a rice field. Unfortunately, Lin Muyu was not a rice field. The moment the dense crowd crushed towards Lin Muyu, the people on the periphery could no longer see his figure. They could only see lightning, wind blades, frost, stone alls, and other attacks exploding in the air. He'll be fine, right? Ru Yan's pretty face was filled with worry. Ria, on the other hand, raised her eyebrows and said proudly, how could these rotten tomatoes and potatoes be a match for my master? Don't worry, my master is much more powerful than all of them. Humph, is that so? Ru Yan smiled faintly. Ria's trust and admiration for her master, Lin Muyu, was almost unconditional. In her heart, Lin Muyu was an invincible existence, and the scene in front of her seemed to confirm all of this. Boom! The space suddenly distorted and exploded. With Lin Muyu as the center, a huge sword domain sphere surged out. It was originally only about 3 meters in radius, but it continued to surge and expand. The periphery of the sphere was full of the raging Xianyuan sword qi. Anyone who touched it would die immediately. Blood constantly splashed in the air. In an instant, the sphere had reached a radius of nearly 20 meters, and countless people had been killed. What the hell is this? Break it for me. A Vajra-level hunter roared. Everyone raised their weapons and unleashed their divine power to bombard the sphere. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly, but no one was able to penetrate the sphere. On the contrary, the rampaging sword qi around the sphere killed another group of people. In the blink of an eye, the ground was already covered with the corpses of the hunters. They were born to hunt and eat others, but at this moment, they had become the prey of others in a sorry state. In the forest and at the foot of the mountain, there were countless hunters pouncing on Lin Muyu. There were tens of thousands of them, and they were like a rushing river. Attack! Don't stop attacking! Luo Xingji roared. This was the only way he could think of. Things had developed far beyond his imagination, and Lin Muyu's strength was even more unimaginable. However, if he did not kill Lin Muyu today, Luo Xingji would probably not have a foothold in the Eternal Sword domain. However, Luo Xingji could not understand where Lin Muyu's strange power came from. Luo Xingji. Lin Muyu's low voice came from the sword domain sphere. How many people do you want to die before you're satisfied? Boom! The front of the sphere split open, and a mighty sword aura slashed out with enough force to split the heavens and the earth, directly blasting into the densely packed crowd. In an instant, over 1,000 hunters were reduced to ashes, and the sword aura continued to fall towards Luo Xingji's head. Luo Xingji did not expect Lin Muyu to be able to attack him when she was surrounded by tens of thousands of people. He waved the paper fan in his hand, which was made of a special material, and a strong wind rapidly condensed in the air. It was Luo Xingji's ultimate skill, Wall of Wind. Bang! The sword qi slammed into the wall of wind, and it was like hitting the surface of an umbrella. Ripples spread out, and then the wall of wind shattered with a loud bang. Luo Xingji's face immediately turned pale. His unique ultimate skill could not even block a sword qi from Lin Muyu from 300 meters away. Luo Xingji was even more shocked when he raised his head to look. Lin Muyu was flying toward him at high speed, surrounded by sword qi. She easily weaved her way through the thousands of soldiers and horses. She raised her hand and drew the Xianyuan sword, and slashed it down heavily on Luo Xingji. The momentum of the sword was like a rainbow, as if the mountains and rivers were pressing down. It seemed simple, but it made Luo Xingji feel a chill run down his spine. It was a terrifying sword that Luo Xingji had never seen before, and it was absolutely difficult to resist. Luo Xingji's domain was like a mirror-like lake. When faced with an enemy's attack, it was like facing a stone falling into the water. However, Lin Muyu's sword contained the mysteries of heaven and earth, making Luo Xingji feel like he was not facing a sword, but a rain falling from the sky. Even the most perfect defense could not withstand such a cold and dense attack. Ugh! Luo Xingji quickly retreated, and at the same time, he held the paper fan with both hands. He let out a roar, and a whirlwind of black flames surged around him. Black flaming wind was the ultimate skill that Luo Xingji had cultivated for many years. However, Lin Muyu's sword still arrived as expected, and it landed directly on the back of the paper fan. With a pang, the fan's ribs broke into pieces, and Luo Xingji's black flaming wind was cut apart like tofu. Under Lin Muyu's attack, Luo Xingji did not have any strength left, and he was sent flying while vomiting a mouthful of blood. Ugh! Luo Xingji fell onto a green rock at the edge of the cliff, and he vomited blood in a sorry state. He raised his head to look at Lin Muyu with a pale face, only to find that Lin Muyu's sword was lowered, and that Lin Muyu was looking at him indifferently. Lin Muyu's gaze made Luo Xingji's hair stand on end, and he could not help but ask, "What are you trying to do?" "Nothing." The corner of Lin Muyu's mouth curled up, and she smiled. "Luo Xingji, based on your cultivation, you are no match for Meng Taifeng. You will definitely die under Meng Tiefeng's eternal sword domain in 5 moves. So, can you explain to me why you are equally famous as Meng Taifeng?" "That's just the flattery of others. What does it have to do with me?" "Is that so?" Lin Muyu walked forward step by step, and said, "I've changed my mind. There's no point in killing you, but I want you to do something for me. Otherwise, I'll still kill you." "What is it?" Luo Xingji saw a glimmer of hope, and at the same time, he looked at the broken ribs of the fan in his hand, and was extremely shocked. The ribs of the dragon bone fan were even harder than divine weapons, and yet they could not even withstand a single blow. Lin Muyu looked at him indifferently, and said, "I want you to immediately give the order to disband the Hunters' League, and let them live on their own." "What?" Luo Xingji was greatly shocked, and his handsome face was full of unwillingness. After all, the Hunters' League was a great cause that he had managed for many years, and now that it was disbanded just like that, one could imagine the deep sense of loss in his heart. "Die, or disband the Hunters' League. It's your choice," Lin Muyu said indifferently. In the sky, the densely packed Hunters' League had surrounded them, and all of them were ready to fight. They were shouting words like, "Save the League leader," but they still maintained a distance of 100 meters. Just now, they had been scared out of their wits by Lin Muyu's strength, so they did not dare to actually attack. Taking the initiative to attack now would only be courting death. Luo Xingji's entire body was trembling. He still had at least 80% of his divine power left in his body, but he was no longer able to resist the pressure of Lin Muyu's powerful domain. That mountainous proud sword technique sword domain was like an otherworldly power, and it was impossible to resist. I agree," he said after coughing up a mouthful of blood. "Then make the announcement," Lin Muyu said indifferently. Luo Xingji straightened his body and said loudly to the people in the sky, "I, Luo Xingji, announce that from today onwards, the Hunters' League is officially disbanded. All of you can run away and leave. From today onwards, the Hunters' League will no longer exist, and you will no longer be bound by anything." The Hunters' League looked at each other in silence. Lin Muyu laughed loudly. "What are you waiting for? Get lost. Are you waiting for me to change my mind and kill all of you hunters?" The crowd scattered like a forest of birds flying away in an instant. It was a depressing scene. Sigh, Luo Xingji sighed and slowly knelt on the green rock. He said, "Lin Muyu, are you satisfied now? You've destroyed everything I had, everything I cherished as much as my life." "No, I haven't destroyed everything you had yet." Lin Muyu smiled and said, "But it will be soon. Are you ready?" "Ready for what?" "To cripple your martial arts and dispel your cultivation so that you can no longer do evil." "What?" Luo Xingji stood up abruptly. "Lin Muyu, you've gone too far." Buzz. Lin Muyu stood majestically without a change in her expression, but wisps of golden brilliance condensed into sword chi that flew out and severed Luo Xingji's vital meridians. Even his spirit bones and major meridians were destroyed at the same time. Chapter 1235. Come out. She opened her palm, and a bright forged immortal lattice was forcibly sucked out from Luo Xingji's will see. Luo Xingji howled in pain, and his body twitched. However, Lin Muyu did not show any mercy. She directly absorbed the forged immortal lattice into her palm, and then dispersed the sacred martial energy on her body. Luo Xingji knelt on the ground. His body was covered in blood and the robe he was wearing was already dyed red. His meridians were all injured and his cultivation had completely dissipated. However, Lin Muyu had shown mercy and did not destroy all his meridians. He still had the ability to be an ordinary person, at least doing some manual labor. However, this was probably more painful than killing him. Why? Why didn't you just kill me? Luo Xingji shouted. Lin Muyu turned around and walked towards the mountain gate. You were bullying the weak when you killed the innocent. Now, I'll give you a chance to be the weak and let you feel the feeling of being bullied. I don't need it. Kill me. Luo Xingji's face turned pale. Lin Muyu smiled and looked at Elder Tian Nan in the outer hall. Senior, Luo Xingji's karma is too deep. Why don't you take him as your disciple? I believe the bright sword forest is enough to cleanse Luo Xingji's killing karma. Elder Tian Nan nodded happily. Shi Han, Ru Yan, send Luo Xingji to the guest room. Yes, master. When Shi Han and Ru Yan carried Luo Xingji's body, Luo Xingji looked angry. I don't need it. The bright sword forest can cleanse my killing karma, but what about you? Lin Muyu, who will cleanse your killing karma? Lin Muyu turned around and said, me? I'll chant the Mahayana Heart Sutra every night. Can you compare? Luo Xingji was speechless and was carried by Shi Han and Ru Yan towards the prayer altar. Master. Leah flew down from the roof and held on to Lin Muyu's arm. Master, are you all right? So many people attacked you just now. Are you hurt? How could I be? Lin Muyu smiled faintly and said, they can't hurt me. Leah, you don't have to worry. Let's go to the back of the mountain to continue cultivating. Yes. Time. What Lin Muyu needed the most was still time. He couldn't return to the divine realm with the half-practiced AO sword tactics. That was not enough to fight against the power of the devil realm. He must practice the complete AO sword tactics to be invincible under the deterrence of Ziyan and the god-destroying tower. At this time, in the depths of the demon realm, in the deep dark universe, the stars were shining brightly. In the depths of the nebula, a huge whirlpool bathed in the galaxy, like a huge eye, but the eye was blood-red. Whoosh! Two figures flew past and went straight into the blood-red whirlpool. They were Ziyan and Baifeng Holy King, who were holding onto the god-destroying pagoda. This is the demon eye. Ziyan stopped and asked as he looked at the shining demon eye in the distance. Yes, Lord Ancestor Emperor. Baifeng looked a little perturbed and said, Ancestor Emperor, are you really going to remove the seal for that old monster? Of course. Ziyan had a confident expression on his face and said with a smile, in the ancient demon sealing war, only he escaped, which created the prosperity of the demon realm today. As long as he is willing to help me, why worry about not being able to eliminate those Mahayana god of heaven's way? But Baifeng was a little hesitant and said, the old monster has been sealed for so many years, and his cultivation is already unfathomable. Once he is released. Ancestor Emperor, do you have the confidence to restrain him? Don't worry, I have the god-destroying tower. Moreover, Baifeng, you don't even know the secret of the god-destroying tower. Oh. What secret? Ziyan smiled and said in a low voice, the reason why the god-destroying tower was forged was not to eliminate gods, but to eliminate demons. The power of the god-destroying tower against demons is many times more terrifying than the power of gods. I have already swallowed the power of the two holy emperor. Do you think that with the addition of the god-destroying tower, we won't be able to defeat a mere old monster? I see. Since Ancestor Emperor is so confident, then, let's go in. Ziyan raised his palm and instantly, a crack appeared on the demon eye. The two of them jumped in and felt that their bodies had instantly entered an extremely cold place. It was pitch black inside the demon eye, and there were giant vines that were covered in frost crisscrossing around it. It was as if they had formed a giant net that reached the sky. He's there. Baifeng called out softly. Ziyan flew over and raised the god-destroying tower. Under the illumination of the light, they could see the crisscrossing vines intertwining like a spider's web. In the center, there was a white-haired old man sealed. His body was already covered with plants, and his meridians were pierced by the vines. His entire body was almost rotting, and even his beard had started to corrode. Frost covered about 10 centimeters of it, and it was crystal clear. Is he still alive? Bai Feng was stunned. He's alive. Ziyan's cultivation was much higher than Bai Feng's. He stretched out his hand and touched the frost. In the blink of an eye, the layer of frost quickly melted, revealing the old man's true appearance. He was incomparably old, and the flesh on his face was sunken in. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the old man's major meridians and vital points had all been nailed by golden nails. Those were the god-locking nails, divine objects from the ancient era. Pulling out the god-locking nails was equivalent to removing the seal. This was something that no demon had ever dared to do in millions of years. Are we really going to do that? Bai Feng and the Holy King were a little nervous. Of course. Ziyan said indifferently, this old man has been lonely here for hundreds of thousands of years. We can't be so indifferent anymore. There are good demons too. We have to respect the old and love the young. Isn't that right, Bai Feng? Bai Feng frowned and was speechless. Ziyan smiled faintly and reached out to pull out the soul-locking nail from the elder's first target. However, the old man did not move at all. It was as if he was dead. His body was withered. Bai Feng stood at the side anxiously. Ziyan continued to pull out the god-locking nails. He pulled out 7 or 8 of them in a row. At this moment, the old man suddenly sat up and took a deep breath. His withered body seemed to be inflated. He opened his rotten eyes. There was only white in his eyes. It was very scary. After a while, his pupils appeared. He stared at Ziyan and Bai Feng and said, "What time is it now?" "It's been 210,000 years since Senior was sealed." Ziyan said. "Why did you save me?" The old man said indifferently. Ziyan took a deep breath and took a few steps back. He knelt and said, "I am the current lord of the demon world, Ziyan. But you are my senior." Ziyan begged Senior to come out and destroy the Mahayana Heavenly Tao for the demon world. Mahayana Heavenly Tao? Yes, the Heavenly Tao created by ancestor god Pangu's 3 disciples. It's that old man again. The old man grinned in a horrifying manner. He stared straight at Bai Feng and said, "I agree to your request. However, I also have a condition. Give this girl to me. I want to exercise a bit." "What?" Bai Feng Holy King was shocked. He looked at Ziyan for help. Ziyan smiled faintly. He bowed and said, "Senior, Bai Feng is my right-hand man. You can choose any woman in the demon world. If you like, you can go to the divine world and catch a Mahayana Heavenly Tao goddess to enjoy." "Humph." The old man stood up and said, "I can't even satisfy such a small request. What cooperation is there to talk about?" As he spoke, a formless aura spread out. Instantly, all the vines in the demon eye were shattered. Even Ziyan and Bai Feng had to use their demon flame to protect themselves. "Senior, what do you think this is?" Ziyan raised his hand and the god-destroying pagoda shone brightly. With a buzz, a blood-colored light descended from the sky and enveloped the old man's head. The entire demon world started to tremble and the destructive power was ready to be unleashed. Ziyan looked at him and said, "Senior, do you recognize this item? A godly weapon of the future." The old man said, "You actually have such a treasure." Ziyan smiled and said, "Therefore, the relationship between me and Senior is not a cooperation, it is an order. I am the master of the devil world, and as the master of the devil world, I command you. 9 Netherworld Demon Monarch, serve me, otherwise, I will not seal you, I will only make you disappear into thin air." The demon king of the 9 underworlds trembled. He squinted at Ziyan. After a while, he knelt down and said, 9 underworlds await your orders. Let's go back to the Fekta temple. Once the demon chi in the god-destroying tower is full, we will attack the divine world again. This time, we must destroy the entire Mahayana heavenly Tao. Yes, at the side, Holy King Bai Feng looked at Zi Yan with gratitude. If not for Zi Yan, she, the Holy King, would have become the old monster's bedding. Lan Yan City, dusk. It was quiet in the spiritual medicine division. The medicine refiners talked and laughed as they went to the canteen. During this period of time, there were almost no more battles in the empire. Therefore, the spiritual medicine division used less medicine. Everyone could have a good rest. Great Deacon. A young lady who was as agile as a swallow flew over. It was Lan Yan. She said with a smile, "Good news. There's news from the celestial pole continent. It's said that Prince Xian has already ascended to become a god." Chu Yao put down the medical book in her hands, raised her head, and said with a smile, "I already know." Oh. Lan Yan's eyes widened. How is that possible? This news has just reached the Zetian Palace. I just came back from the Zetian Palace. How could the Great Deacon know about it earlier than me? Actually, I already knew about it last night. Big Brother Feng has been conferred the title of Wind God. It's really amazing. How did the Great Deacon do it? Over here. The heavenly melody scroll has never appeared in the sky, I don't know either. It's just that. I had a dream in the middle of the night. I dreamt of all this, and it felt extremely real. Could it be that the Great Deacon already knows how to foresee the future? How would I know? Chu Yao giggled. Little lass, let's not talk so much. Let's go and have our dinner. I heard that the Zetian Palace has increased the food expenses of our spiritual medicine division quite a bit. There'll definitely be good food for dinner. If we're late, there won't be any. I'm not afraid. Would I still have to worry about not being able to have the best dinner in the spiritual medicine division if I were to follow the Great Deacon? Hee hee.